building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the contimples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
7 delegations in the room. I am pleased to confirm that we have quorum, sir.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General, and good morning, colleagues. I am pleased to declare open this regular meeting of the Permanent Council, convened to consider the items contained in the order of business document CP/OD 2476/23, which I hereby submit for the consideration of this Council. And if I see no objections, we will proceed to adopt it. I see no objections. Adopted. Before we proceed further, I wish to convey on behalf of the Permanent Council our heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica on the passing of Dr. Carissa Etienne, Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization. Dr. Etienne, a true friend to all OAS member states, played a pivotal role in guiding many nations through the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We will pay a special tribute to her later in today's meeting. Additionally, we extend sincere sympathy to the people and government of the United States of America for the loss of two influential figures, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, a trailblazer as the first woman to sit on the United States Supreme Court, and Dr. Henry Kissinger, the former Secretary of State, whose impact on shaping U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War is memorable. I now invite each of you to join me in a moment of silence as we reflect on the lives and contributions of Dr. Carissa Etienne, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, and Dr. Henry Kissinger. I ask the delegations of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the United States of America to please convey our condolences to the government and to the family of these towering figures who are no longer with us. Thank you. Colleagues, as we turn our attention to our next item, which is a tribute to Dr. Carissa Etienne, the remarkable legacy of this woman, the Chair acknowledges with pride and admiration that she is a sister of my Caribbean region. Her performance as Director of the Pan American Health Organization, and before that, as Assistant Director General of the World Health Organization, demonstrated how a woman, and a Black woman, could embody the skills and administrative acumen to improve health systems around the world. Her example was an inspiration to girls and women in the Caribbean, for whom she was the embodiment of the heights to which they could aspire. Dr. Etienne will be remembered as a stalwart leader who, during her stewardship at PAHO, led the efforts to eliminate the endemic transmission of measles, rubella, and congenital rubella syndrome, and to controlling Zika and chikungunya, epidemics that troubled many parts of the world, and also managing cholera and yellow fever outbreaks in Haiti and Brazil. However, it was her unwavering dedication to saving lives from the clutches of COVID-19 that will forever define her legacy. She championed a valiant fight, rallying diverse stakeholders, including vaccine-producing pharmaceutical companies and affluent nations that had secured the majority of vaccines, to pay attention to many countries in our hemisphere whose people were deprived of vaccines and whose hospitals were filled with the sick and the dying. Her tenacity resulted in the creation of a mechanism to ensure that developing countries, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, could access vaccines to save lives and mitigate the economic fallout wrought by the pandemic. Her tireless advocacy will never be forgotten by the ordinary people who regard her role as central to their survival. In commemorating Dr. Carissa Etienne, we honor a leader whose vision, compassion, and resolute action have left an indelible mark on the health and well-being of countless individuals across the Americas. And for that, she will be long remembered. I now offer the floor to the delegation of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Permanent Representative, alternates. Recognize also the Deputy Director of PAHO, observers, staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, we are the permanent mission of the Commonwealth of Dominica to the OAS. We'd like to thank you for placing on the agenda of today the item allowing the members of the Permanent Council to pay tribute to the Director Emeritus of the Pan-American Health Organization, Dr. Carissa Faustina Etienne, DAH, the Dominica Award of Honor, a distinguished and beloved daughter of the Commonwealth of Dominica who passed on in the early hours of Friday, 1st December 2023. Mr. Chairman, on the 3rd day of November 2015, during the celebration of Dominica's 37th year of independence, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica conferred on Dr. Etienne the Commonwealth of Dominica Award of Honor for rendering meritorious service to the Commonwealth of Dominica by her sterling contribution in the field of public health and international affairs. The Commonwealth of Dominica Award of Honor is the award of the highest recognition. This award is conferred by the President on persons who have made an exemplary contribution towards the country's development. Mr. Chairman, I place the conferring of the Commonwealth of Dominica's highest award to Dr. Etienne as the focus of this tribute, because it was awarded at the peak of her career, and therefore the ideal time for the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica to recognize and celebrate the achievements of one of our most remarkable daughters. It was also a celebration where all of her past roles and services as citizen, student, public officer, wife, mother, and leader had come together to divinely prepare her to be the loving, experienced, and well-rounded person and leader that she had become. The entire nation celebrated with her. Dr. Etienne came from humble beginnings and made humility her true character. She was born and raised in the Commonwealth of Dominica, and through her dedication and love for country, she served with pride and distinction and held a number of high-level positions such as medical officer, medical director, disaster coordinator, national epidemiologist, coordinator of the National AIDS Program, chair of the National AIDS Committee, director of primary health care services, consultant, national planning team, and acted as chief medical officer on occasions. She obtained her medical degree from the University of the West Indies, Jamaica, and a master's degree in science and community health with a focus on developing countries from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. As you can now appreciate, Mr. Chairman, she was a globally recognized public health champion and advocate, providing visionary leadership on the strategic 21st century health issues and striving to improve access to health care for all peoples, including the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized populations. It is through those extensive experiences and expertise, coupled with her progressive leadership abilities, that she was appointed as the Assistant Director of PAHO, Assistant Director for National Health and Services at the World Health Organization, served as Honorary Vice President of the American Public Health Association, and then Director of PAHO. Her achievements during the COVID epidemic and contributions to the development and improvement of health systems in the hemisphere are well documented and reported. This is the lady we honor here today, Dr. Carissa F. Etienne, Dominica Award of Honor, a beloved daughter of the Commonwealth of Dominica. We thank her husband and her entire family, loved ones, co-workers, staff, and associates for having formed her and shared her with us all. We again express our sincere condolences. May her soul rest in God's eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm now pleased to continue this tribute by welcoming Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, the Deputy Director of the Pan American Health Organization. Deputy Director, welcome to the Permanent Council. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Ambassador Ronald Sanders, Chair of the Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the Organization of American States, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, and Permanent Observers, Secretaries, Directors, and other professionals of the Organization of the American States, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I would like to deeply thank the OAS member states for their solidarity during this difficult time for the Pan American Health Organization and for including this tribute to Dr. Carissa Etienne, who was Director of PAHO from February 2013 to January 2023. I am incredibly grateful and privileged to participate in this session on behalf of PAHO and to briefly share with you some thoughts on Dr. Etienne's life and legacy. I will begin with a quote from Dr. Etienne, which exemplifies her tenure as PAHO Director. She said, quote, "My vision for the Americas is a society free from inequality where everyone, particularly the most vulnerable and disadvantaged people, can lead healthy, meaningful, and productive lives," end quote. Dr. Etienne lived these words each day as PAHO Director through her leadership, guidance, decisions, and actions. It was an incredible decade in public health under Dr. Etienne's tenure as PAHO Director. The region's challenges were complex and many. And as the ambassador said, they include neglected diseases, as well as epidemics such as Zika and cholera, and of course the most recent COVID pandemic, the largest public health event in over 100 years. During this past decade, we also saw the impacts on non-communicable diseases, the continued challenges of child and maternal mortality, the impacts of climate change, the growing burden of mental health issues, the need to strengthen our healthcare workforce, and the essentialness of immunizations, primary health care, and resilient health systems. Across these and many other examples, Dr. Etienne stood strong to protect the most vulnerable populations of our region so that together we can reach universal health for all. And during such challenges, Dr. Etienne consistently positioned PAHO to deliver leadership, excellence in technical cooperation, and data-driven pathways in public health to ensure that our member states can address public health priorities in impactful and sustainable ways. Dr. Etienne also managed the organization through an incredibly difficult financial situation, ensuring leadership and providing responsibility and reassurance to our member states to ultimately break the financial logjam. Today, PAHO is in an even stronger financial position thanks to Dr. Carissa Etienne. Most importantly, however, I want to spend just a bit of time on Carissa Etienne, the person. First and foremost, Dr. Etienne was a person of deep faith. It was her faith that guided her in her daily life and grounded her every thought and action. Carissa Etienne was also defined as a loving and wonderful wife, mother and grandmother, and daughter and sister. Carissa Etienne exemplified that life is a journey of service, dreams, and learning. And she instilled in us, every person in PAHO, that concept. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "Everyone can be great because everybody can serve," end quote. Dr. Etienne's time as director of the Pan American Health Organization was truly one of service. Each of us is a better person for knowing Carissa Etienne. Please let us count this blessing and make sure we each pay it forward to the people and communities we serve in the region of the Americas. My sincere thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you, Ambassador.
Dr. Valdez, thank you very much for that tribute, which was not only moving, but fitting. Thank you very much. Now I offer the floor to delegations that may wish to offer their comments. And I give the floor, first of all, to Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I speak on my own behalf and as well as the group to express our deep condolences for the loss of Dr. Carissa Etienne, Dr. Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization from 2013 to 2023. Dr. Etienne was a tireless professional of the healthcare sector during her professional career. She dealt with a number of challenges, perhaps the most complex of which was as the director of the Pan American Health Organization, in which she faced down COVID-19 and its devastating effects in the countries of the region. Her second mandate as director was marked by the need to promote the recovery from the pandemic and to learn from COVID-19 to bolster the Pan American Health Organization and the region's healthcare systems. Her professionalism and dedication kept her up to that challenge as she sought to transform that organization with an outlook of service and improving the response, bringing a response to the member states as they face health emergencies. She understood that the persistent effects of COVID-19 became one of the priorities that needed to be addressed within the healthcare system, and that it was necessary to strengthen surveillance and to make available vaccines for everyone, wherever and whenever they needed it. Learning from the pandemic, we learned to take on the responsibility to best know how to best serve our region and to ensure the region be better prepared for the next possible pandemic. She was adamant about making available any innovations in the healthcare realm for the region, building national healthcare systems that were resilient, as was just said, based on primary healthcare, was always a key center priority of her activity as a healthcare professional. She also promoted greater investment in primary healthcare as the means to achieve equality, equity, making sure that anyone who needed primary healthcare would receive it. We offer our condolences to her family, to the people of Dominica, and to the hemisphere, who has lost an illustrious citizen and a champion of public health. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Colombia. And now I offer the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished permanent representatives, alternates, permanent observers, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ambassadors, permanent ambassadors of Dominica to the Organization of American States, Assistant Secretary Deputy of PAHO, Mrs. Bandes. It is with deepest condolences and a sentiment of admiration that we are here at this Permanent Council to pay tribute to the esteemed Dr. Etienne, whose passing has left us with a gap that is impossible to fill. My delegation truly appreciates the permanent mission of Dominica to the OAS for having requested inclusion of this very important item on the agenda, and we convey our deepest condolences and our solidarity with Dominica, the members of the Dominican mission to the OAS, and their friends and family. She was not only an exemplary professional, but also a crucial figure when it comes to public health. Her impact was felt significantly in our country and throughout the region. From Dominica, she was not just a qualified woman, but also a visionary to improve health for everybody and communities in the entire world. Her legacy took shape when she shouldered major responsibilities. Her commitment, leadership during crisis, as well as her coordination of the National CEDA program and the response to natural disasters, left a deep footprint in the health of her community. Her outstanding career continued internationally with very influential roles in the World Health Organization in Geneva and in the Pan American Health Organization. During her mandate as director of PAHO, she valiantly spearheaded a response to COVID-19 in the Americas. This was unprecedented. Her hard work not only opened ways, but also strengthened the capacity of our own authorities in the region to broach epidemics such as Zika, chikungunya, cholera, and yellow fever. Under her leadership, the Americas were able to make great hallmarks in public health, the elimination of the spread of endemic diseases such as mumps, congenital rubiola, looked at the unwavering commitment that she had with health and other populations that she served. From Costa Rica, we would like to express our deepest thanks for her contribution to our country and the region. The doctor was not only a visionary leader, but also an unconditional leader as she sought solutions to improve health and well-being of our communities. Just on a personal note, and on behalf of the Ministry of Health of Costa Rica, who directly worked with Dr. Etienne, we have understood her human qualities as well. This was a characteristic that infused her entire work team, always in public health as her guiding star. She was able to find the right words to take on any exchange of ideas in meetings without losing her great sense of humor. Today, we truly lament her loss and her passing. She was an exceptional woman who left an unforgettable legacy in the field of public health. Her memory, we hope, will inspire us to continue to work for a more healthy world and a more equitable world, honoring her dedication to the cause of worldwide health. May Dr. Etienne rest in peace. May your light continue to guide us as we look for a more healthy and more fair world for everyone. Thank you very much.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Guyana.
Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, colleague, permanent representatives, observers, Assistant Secretary of PAHO, the Guyana delegation, the government and people of Guyana were deeply saddened to learn of the sudden passing of Dr. Carissa Etienne, someone who had passionately dedicated her life's work in the health sector in service to others at the national, regional, and international levels. Dr. Etienne, through her advocacy for universal health coverage and leadership, was instrumental in the efforts by Guyana and countries across the Americas to achieve Agenda 2030's Sustainable Development Goal 3.8. Her guidance and support were critical as we addressed the social and development impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and prior to that, the Zika and chikungunya viruses. During her tenure at PAHO, Guyana was able to implement several programs and initiatives, including programs to tackle non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as the Hearts Initiative, which aims to better assist healthcare professionals in the prevention and early detection of cardiovascular diseases and hypertension within the primary healthcare system. Support for the Ministry of Health's Adolescent Health Unit School Health Program, an initiative which promotes health and well-being among the adolescent in the school population. The program to end lymphatic filariasis. Those programs geared at eliminating acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS, sexually transmitted infections, STIs, hepatitis, and tuberculosis, TB. Dr. Etienne had outlined her vision for the Americas as a society free from inequality, where everyone, particularly the most vulnerable and disadvantaged people, can lead healthy, meaningful, and productive lives. The imprimatur of her work will be with us forever. The Guyana delegation, on behalf of the government and people of Guyana, extends our sympathies to the family of Dr. Etienne, the people and government of Dominica, and to her colleagues at PAHO and WHO. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Guyana. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of the Bahamas.
Good morning, all. Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, members of the dais, excellencies, alternates, permanent observers, colleagues. In acknowledging the passing of Dr. Carissa Etienne and affording tribute, it is with profound sadness that I express condolences on behalf of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as well as in my personal capacity, to Dr. Etienne's family, friends, professional colleagues, and to the Commonwealth of Dominica, and indeed to the Americas. Colleagues, we have lost a renowned public health expert whose global influence is undeniable. During her tenure as Director of the Pan-American Health Organization and Regional Director for the Americas of the World Health Organization, Dr. Emeritus Etienne remained an advocate for strengthening national health systems, universal health coverage, disease and epidemic management protocols, and emergency and disaster preparedness. Healthcare professionals in the Bahamas recall that Dr. Etienne was a fierce proponent for equitable healthcare systems. She was people-centered, and she focused on people-centered care and legislative and regulatory mechanisms aimed at preventing and controlling non-communicable diseases. Dr. Etienne's leadership and commitment to Caribbean nations like the Bahamas facilitated access via the Caribbean Public Health Agency and COVAX for COVID-19 vaccines during the height of the pandemic. Dr. Etienne's valued contribution to transformative public health initiatives within the hemisphere further fortifies her legacy and indelible endeavors on behalf of the Americas. Dr. Etienne not only ran the course, she served as the baton, the groundsperson, the coach, and the starter. So we now say to our departed colleague and thy faithful servant, take your eternal rest. You will be missed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. And now I give the floor to the delegation of Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Guatemala echoes the words of tribute to the distinguished delegation of Dominica for Dr. Carissa Etienne, the Emeritus Director of the Pan American Health Organization. With a spirit of solidarity, fraternity, and deepest condolences, we convey our sentiments to the family of Dr. Etienne, to the people of Dominica, and to the entire family that makes up the PAHO. We are lucky enough to remember that Dr. Etienne lived in old Guatemala for a very short time, where she studied Spanish. And for that reason, and in addition to her valuable contributions to the health system of our country, we remember her with deep fraternity and a sense of deep value. Mr. Chairman, she had 19 years of service that she offered both to the WHO as well as to PAHO, devoted to health and the well-being of all peoples of the Americas. Her achievements and contributions that leave a legacy when it comes to cross-cutting issues such as the response to inequity, strengthening of primary health care and universal access to health, barriers to lack of attention to vulnerable peoples, and the intersectoral approaches to improve the results in health, as was recognized by the 30th Health Pan American Conference, the leadership and the vision of Dr. Etienne, which also represents the leadership of a Caribbean woman in a very high important post, had or played a very important crucial role in some of the most critical searing moments during COVID-19. Cooperation and technical assistance of PAHO under the leadership of Dr. Etienne has meant a lot for Guatemala and our public health system. We remember how kind she was, her character and her determination, her vision for a better future, a prosperous future, and her spirit of solidarity will always remain with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like to echo the comments of the distinguished Ambassador of Colombia Group of 10, but we would also like to ask for the floor for national comments because Dr. Etienne was special to Brazil. We truly regret her passing, and we convey our deepest condolences to her family, and we would like to also pay tribute to this distinguished citizen of Dominica. Dr. Etienne, as many have already underscored, was the first woman of the Caribbean to head PAHO over the course of her career. She was a very important achiever and a voice to strengthen the health system in the region for universal health and for a reduction of inequalities. Her 10 years heading up PAHO were marked by major achievements. The Americas eliminated measles and congenital rubella and other work that was done with syphilis and HIV/AIDS and even sarcosis. Other notable achievements were made in the prevention of non-communicable diseases. Dr. Carissa showed her leadership, her capable leadership in the face of emergencies such as the Zika epidemic, yellow fever, dengue, and thus she will be immortalized as a director that spearheaded many things and led PAHO in the last 100 years, especially during COVID-19. It is important to underscore this aspect because oftentimes on criticism and questioning of the organization, she exercised firm, unwavering leadership, giving support to our countries, including through vaccines and measures to strengthen productive capacity in the region. Another one of her legacies, and renewed the importance of resilient health systems with a focus on primary health care, also as a way of preventing and managing emergencies. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Carissa was a big-time friend of Brazil. She always worked in partnership with the SUS in Brazil, Universal Health System, and this strong connection and the contribution to Brazil were recognized by getting the Medical Meritorious Award and Oswaldo Cruz Award. In addition, we were honored last year in Brazil to propose HAHO, which gave Dr. Etienne the award as emeritus person in the organization. In the history of our region, Dr. Carissa Etienne will continue to inspire future generations with her legacy of Pan-American solidarity in the fight for the right to health with justice and equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago joins with other delegations this morning in honoring, paying tribute to a most distinguished, excellent, exemplary, and exceptional Caribbean woman who for 10 years led the public health agenda of this hemisphere. We offer deepest condolences to the family of Dr. Etienne, to the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Chair, distinguished colleagues, exactly 1 year ago today, the permanent mission of Trinidad and Tobago, in recognition of the exceptional service of Dr. Etienne, hosted a luncheon in her honor at our mission. The purpose of that luncheon was to ensure that the legacy of exemplary leadership provided by this great Caribbean woman in the field of public health would be passed on to leading, emerging women in the field of public health from our Trinidad and Tobago diaspora here in the United States. At that luncheon, Dr. Etienne shared the deepest and most heartfelt experiences that she considered to be necessary for delivering the quality of service that she delivered throughout her career. The other delegations have already expressed the many achievements and accomplishments of Dr. Etienne, and this delegation will not today repeat them. We would simply wish again to reiterate our deepest appreciation for the excellent, exceptional, and exemplary service provided by this great Caribbean woman to public health in our hemisphere, and therefore to the citizens of all of our countries. We pray that her family, the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica will be comforted and consoled by the surpassing peace of God, the sufficient grace of God, and the precious memories that we all share of this excellent Caribbean woman. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, ambassadors, distinguished all. We meet today to pay tribute to an emblematic figure in public health in our region, Dr. Etienne. Her passing leaves us a big hole, but also an invaluable legacy of dedication and service that will remain over the course of time. Dr. Etienne, during her mandate, exemplified what it means to be a transformative leader. Under her strategic leadership, the organization made measurable achievements, and she left a major footprint in health in our region. We remember in her leadership, she successfully moved ahead with responses for Zika and chikungunya, as well as the outbreaks of cholera and yellow fever in various countries that we are from. Her mission allowed us to significantly improve the response of the Pan American Health Authority to all the emergencies and disasters declared in the region, slashing the response time significantly. Under the leadership of Dr. Etienne, the Americas became the first region of the WHO to eliminate rubiola, measles, and congenital rubiolas, the eradication of sarcosis in 6 endemic countries, trachoma, and the progress towards certification of the elimination of malaria are just some of the examples of her long-lasting impact. Further to that, under her leadership, 7 countries and territories had a double elimination of the mother-to-child transmission of syphilis. She was also an tireless defender of control of chronic non-transmittable diseases. Her efforts to strengthen service national healthcare systems and to move towards universal health systems led to significant steps ahead, such as some of the deliveries by disabled people and across the board financing strategies for health in 25 countries. In her previous roles in the WHO and in the WHO itself, she had already spearheaded efforts to renew attention for primary health care and strengthen health systems based on primary care, promoting all-encompassing health systems. And she also led the global agenda to have universal access to efficient medical and developed a code of universal practice to internationally recruit health personnel. Her passing reminds us of the impermanence of life, but her legacy is or bears witness to what can be done with passion, dedication, and an unwavering wedded to health and health for people. Today, on behalf of the Dominican Republic and as permanent representative, I would like to convey my deepest condolences and respect, as well as acknowledgement of her notable contribution to public health in the Americas and way beyond that. Her work has touched many lives and will continue to be a source of inspiration for future generations. May her memory be a guiding light and a beacon in the constant fight for a more healthy and equitable world. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My government conveys its deepest condolences to the people and government of Dominica for the passing of Dr. Carissa Etienne for Ducan. She was wedded to the work of PAHO and WHO. She led things when we had one of the greatest challenges and threats to our health. This was COVID-19. Under her leadership, the organization could effectively respond and step up to the emergency for all member states. I take the words of the Minister of Health, Mr. Lavie, who in his message of condolences said, and I quote, "Her work was characterized because it was very close to El Salvador, and her mandate leave us a very important legacy," end quote. The Commonwealth of Dominica and the entire region has lost an illustrious daughter whose legacy will remain both institutionally as well as amongst all of us who were lucky enough to know a great woman and a great professional in health that dedicated all of her efforts to improve health and well-being in the Americas. Dear Ambassador, receive and convey our deepest condolences to her friends and family. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Mexico would like to echo the comments on this posthumous legacy and tribute to Dr. Etienne. Mexico always considered her a close partner. We truly lament with deep sadness her passing, who at the time fought in our region, and deepest condolences because of her passing that we extend to her people, to government, to PAHO, her friends, her family, and her colleagues. Mexico says farewell with great esteem for Dr. Etienne, as was done by the Secretary of Foreign Relations of Mexico, our minister, Mrs. Barcena, and her passing at the beginning of December. She was dear friend, and the ministry also sent a missive to Dr. Yerbas Garbosa, director of the WHO, lamenting this deep loss. Mexico recognizes the notable achievements of this outstanding Caribbean woman to the inter-American public health care system. Her example inspires all of us and inspires us to continue to work for the right of each and every person in the Americas when it comes to quality health care and protection of their well-being. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Greetings to the Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, alternate representatives, permanent observers, and staff of the OAS General Secretariat. Mr. Chairman, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines wishes to pay tribute on the passing of Dr. Carissa F. Etienne, Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization. Dr. Etienne's death is still a shock for the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When news of her death first surfaced on the internet and via numerous WhatsApp messages, my first reaction was that this wasn't true. It was fake news. It had to be. But, Mr. Chairman, upon confirmation with my colleagues at the Permanent Mission of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this reality then set in. Mr. Chairman, the hemisphere has lost a champion. For the Caribbean, we have lost a titan, a distinguished daughter of our Caribbean civilization. Dr. Etienne's service to humanity was incredible. She was a distinguished professional, a pleasant lady, and so easy to talk to. In fact, she was a good leader. Dr. Etienne led PAHO during difficult times. During her term, we had to address challenges such as Ebola, Zika, chikungunya, and COVID-19, just to name a few. Mr. Chairman, because of Dr. Etienne, the hemisphere is better off health-wise. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Etienne is a perfect example of a model international civil servant. Indeed, she is a role model and more so, a shining example for women and girls. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in my personal capacity, I extend deepest condolences to the government and people of Dominica, her family, friends, and well-wishers. She will be missed, and may her soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent. And now the delegation of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Barbados wishes to express its profound sadness at the passing of Dr. Carissa Etienne. Barbados is indeed deeply appreciative of the sterling contribution made to public health by Dr. Etienne, to her family and those who loved her, as well as to the government and people of Dominica and the wider Pan-American Health Organization fraternity. We extend our sincere and heartfelt condolences. We trust that the light that she was able to shine with her dedication and commitment to public health will create strength for her family. The hemisphere is much poorer for this loss. Dr. Etienne, in her capacity as Director of the Pan American Health Organization and as WHO Regional Director for the Americas from 2013 to 2023, was instrumental in facilitating the Americas in making impressive progress towards universal health coverage and against both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Dr. Etienne also demonstrated exemplary leadership in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and to other health emergencies. Indeed, she provided much-needed leadership at a time when there was great uncertainty. She was indeed a true daughter of the Caribbean and a friend to the hemisphere. Prime Minister Motley, in paying tribute noted that Dr. Etienne was a cherished friend of Barbados who provided round-the-clock guidance and support during the COVID-19 pandemic to the Prime Minister, as well as to the then Minister of Health and Wellness, Lieutenant Colonel, the Most Honorable Jeffrey Bostick, whether at midnight or midday. She was one of the few people who was most there for Barbados and our people when we needed it most. It was for this reason that the government awarded her the Honorary Freedom of Barbados in 2022. With heavy hearts, Barbados joins the global community in bidding farewell to a trailblazer and an advocate for the well-being of the Americas. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation adds its voice to what has already been said by the Group of 10 and also other delegations, because we admire the commitment shown by Dr. Etienne for health and especially the most vulnerable peoples in the Americas. Her leadership was one of dedication to the most vulnerable. Her leadership during COVID-19 stands out, but let's not forget that before that, she did so much in the fight against chikungunya, Zika, yellow fever for Chile. We are very proud that Dr. Etienne had been one of the active promoters of the food labeling law that was developed in our country. And she put that forward as a public policy that should be shared throughout the region. That's why we offer our recognition, the recognition of the City of Chile, for her stellar leadership from the Caribbean, capable of breaking all of the glass ceilings to reach the highest pinnacle. And this shows it's not only possible for women to rise to the highest decision-making positions, but when that is done, when that does happen, it's good for all of us. And that's why we believe and hope that her legacy will be held up as something that will inspire future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Panama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation to Panama also joins in offering homage to the dear Dr. Etienne, Director Emeritus of PAHO. We offer our condolences to her family, friends, loved ones, and the Commonwealth of Dominica. She was an extraordinary woman who devoted more than 45 years of her life to building a region and a world in which all people have access to good quality health care, that it be affordable, with special attention to reducing inequalities in health, promoting universal health coverage, people-focused care, and a participatory health leadership. She made so many contributions to this region, but on this occasion we would like to refer to the most recent challenge, that of COVID-19. During that crisis, Dr. Etienne showed exemplary leadership. She put up a face of tranquility and equanimity vis-a-vis this challenge as she shepherded us through one of the most trying times. And this is the region identified as the most unequal in the world, and that inequality was also clear as COVID played out, and PAHO addressed that. Under the stewardship of Dr. Etienne, she was a beacon of hope in the darkness. Panama is deeply grateful for the support offered by Dr. Etienne. That's why 5 years ago, Panamanian authorities bestowed upon her a Medal of Honor, an Award of Honor, for the work that she did to the benefit of our country. This was an expression of thanks that we also expressed again by the President himself when he welcomed Dr. Etienne in our country. We'd also like to take this opportunity to I would like to personally express my thanks and admiration to Dr. Etienne. Women like her, professionals, prepared, committed, good women, open doors for future generations of girls and women, showing that we also belong in these spaces. She set an example for life, and such examples should be held up because there's still this gender gap in decision-making positions in health and elsewhere. So we offer our condolences to the country and the people of Dominica, the Pan American Health Organization. Her memory will remain alive and will continue to contribute to transforming our healthcare systems, building a more resilient, safe, and healthy world for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panama. Now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Frankly, my delegation, our Ministry of Health in Ottawa, are deeply saddened to learn about the passing of Dr. Etienne. Thus, Canada would like to express its deepest condolences to her family and to her entire team at PAHO and the government and people of Dominica. Canada and my delegation had the privilege of working very closely with Dr. Etienne over the course of these years. She was a leader and extraordinary champion of universal health care systems, and particularly equity when it comes to health.
Just as PAHO is one of Canada's key partners for collaborating and working with our friends here in the Americas, so too was Dr. Etienne. Dr. Etienne's unwavering dedication to advancing health for all has left an indelible impact on many lives. She was a warm-hearted visionary leader who provided a clear path through some of the most difficult times in public health, many of which you yourself, Mr. Chair, and other delegations have listed. The Americas as a region, and indeed the world, has lost an inspirational leader and a cherished colleague. Her legacy is one that we in my delegation, and I hope around the table, will remain one we can be committed to and to build upon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to echo the comments made by other delegations today. Dr. Carissa Etienne was more than just the Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization. She was, as has been said, a compassionate leader, a tireless advocate for the health and well-being of all the Americas. Her legacy extends beyond borders, as she led PAHO's charge towards the elimination of diseases such as HIV, malaria, and trachoma, and mobilized programs to prevent and control non-communicable diseases. Dr. Etienne will be remembered worldwide by reinvigorating primary health care and health equity in the region, and for her skillful leadership of PAHO during the difficult COVID-19 pandemic. We express our deepest condolences to her family, friends, PAHO staff members, and of course the people of Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the delegation of the Ambassador of Honduras.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Honduras joins its voice in this homage paid to Dr. Clarissa Etienne, Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization. Based on what we have all heard here today, she, without a doubt, was a modern-day heroine in a time of, or who fought for gender equality, transcending the borders of her country, Dominica. I didn't know her personally, but I harbor the hope that some of the feelings expressed here today, or some of the people who spoke here today, have been able to speak to her and to bear this homage to her while she was still alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honduras. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished Excellencies, colleagues. The delegation of St. Kitts and Nevis recognizes the contribution of this illustrious daughter of the Caribbean, Dr. Carissa Etienne. Her work and her contribution in the valiant efforts to control, eliminate, manage debilitating childhood diseases, non-communicable and other diseases across the spectrum which affected the lives of the people of our hemisphere. Dr. Etienne was a champion who understood the basic truth that lives were at stake, and she was constant in her service and her advocacy. She did all this while inspiring colleagues in healthcare and in health administration, young people, government officials, and Caribbean professionals who, because of her, aspire to international service. On behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I want to extend to the family of Dr. Etienne the most profound condolences on her passing. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis and all of the people wish for her eternal rest as she departs from her walk among us here on earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of the Observer Mission of Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to convey, on behalf of Spain, our condolences to the family and friends and the Pan American Health Organization for the sad passing of the Director Emeritus, Dr. Carissa Etienne. On behalf, she was internationally recognized within the realm of health, a firm or staunch champion of universal health care and the rights of women. I would like to recall her struggle for mental, on behalf of mental health, and also her deft handling of COVID and her good offices. We feel deeply her loss, but we do feel fortunate for having known her, and we will miss her. May she rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Spain. I apologize for that pause. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Secretary General, Luis Almagro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's hard to express what we feel at a time like this when we celebrate a professional and friend, as was Carissa Etienne, a farewell that that came too soon, that we did not expect. She was celebrated in life. We've said as much to her in person. We have acknowledged and thanked her for all of her achievements, all of her results. Now we do this, but with sorrow, with pain, and we will continue to miss her. When she came into PAHO, her vision was very clear, focused on universal access to health. She always said that one of her priorities was to reach the most vulnerable people and to take to them the most effective means of ensuring that everyone can be best prepared to deal and cope with healthcare crises, especially those who have been historically sidelined, without knowing that when she took the reins of PAHO, it would fall to her to have to tackle a watershed pandemic, watershed for the world and for her administration. Her voice was heard in every corner of the hemisphere at a time of fear, uncertainty, of great loss, and of learning. Over the 2 years of the pandemic, her humanity was on display. We express solidarity and admiration. We express solidarity and admiration for her and in how she daily, week after week, month after month, very patiently and diligently met the demands, requests, needs of an entire region at a time of uncertainty. Her voice, without a doubt, comforted us, lent us stability and strength. I'm sure we all felt closer to Carissa during the pandemic because she was a lifeline to many of us through this trying, dark time. Carissa left her mark of leadership on PAHO. Her focus enabled PAHO to rise to the challenge of the pandemic. It would have been very difficult for us to, without her guidance, to have achieved this universal approach and with solidarity to universal health care. And this was only one of the legacies that she left at PAHO, that is through the pandemic, because she offered support to the member states in pulling through that emergency. Her handling of the pandemic showed her commitment to PAHO and to the region. She brought humanity to the helm of that organization. As a professional in medicine, she stood out throughout her career in her country and everywhere where she studied and worked. She showed interest to ensure that healthcare systems were built that would truly meet people's needs, to be able to deal with the aftermath of natural disasters, HIV, the pandemic. She was always very sensitive and very professional in the work she did to meet the primary needs of the region. Her leadership at PAHO is a source of pride for everyone, especially given the stamp of the Caribbean, that the Caribbean flourish that she brought. And she stressed that health is a human right, a public human right. We recognize her professionalism and her gracious way of being, her patience and eager willingness to help, reach out, and losing her leaves a big void for us, and now a challenge to satisfy her legacy of universal health care throughout the hemisphere.
Secretary General, I'm sure that you spoke for all of us in that remarkable tribute to Carissa Etienne. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor once again to the Ambassador of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Thank you, Chair. Just taking a minute to thank all members of the Permanent Council for their moving contributions and to thank you for making the tribute possible. I also wanted to remind that we're opening this Thursday and Friday a condolence book at the Dominican Mission, and that there's a memorial service on 22nd of December at 10 a.m. at the St. Michael, the Archangel Church in Silver Spring, Maryland, and that the family has set the funeral of Dr. Etienne for the 10th of January, 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Dominica. And thank you all colleagues. The statements made here today demonstrate the great regard in which our member states held Dr. Etienne. Once again, I ask the delegation of the Commonwealth of Dominica to convey to the family of Dr. Etienne our sincerest condolences. Now, colleagues, we move on to item 3 on our agenda, which is the presentation by the Director General of the Inter-American Children's Institute. This action plan, 2023 to 2027, of the Inter-American Children's Institute will be presented by Mrs. Maria Julia Garcete. I hope I've got that right. Director General of the Inter-American Children's Institute. Dr. Garcete, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. We are very pleased to give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. A warm welcome to the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, authorities at the head table, ambassadors, members of the permanent missions, and everyone listening in to this broadcast from afar. I think that it's not by chance that we are here at this session after this very heartfelt and meaningful homage paid to Dr. Clarissa Etienne, who has left an inimitable legacy in service to life. I would like to start this presentation by expressing thanks for the opportunity to speak here at the Permanent Council, which honors us as an institute, so that we can share with you the plan of action approved at the 97th session of the Directing Council in Jamaica last October. This is the product of a participatory consultation process involving States Party and the networks of children and adolescents, as well as the Institute's technical team. Current times in the region and the world are quite turbulent. There are very complex processes afoot which call for responses to great challenges, and this also requires from us great flexibility, creativity, inclusiveness, but above all, it calls for us to behold the full wealth of diversity in our continent, and to come together and to implement intergenerational methodologies with a systemic approach, bringing together the physical, the emotional, the spiritual, and the collective aspects of our lands, our community, and the strengths of our institutions. The plan of action was built by way of a consultation process actively involving 19 different states, with an emphasis placed on the path we've gone down at this at the 100th anniversary to be reached in 2027 of the Inter-American Children's Institute, which aims toward institutional consolidation in keeping with the strategic principles of action of the 4 pillars of the OAS: human rights, development, democracy, and security. It's in that vein that I'm going to mention the ratification of the Inter-American Program of child and adolescent participation, behind which is the underpinning of the democracy and building of citizenship as a right. That is the hallmark of identity of the Inter-American Children's Institute. This seeks to consolidate national systems for promotion and protection of human rights, and also to promote and protect rights at critical junctures, such as human mobility, international abduction, climate change, natural disasters, and other emergency situations, as well as a program focused on the human rights of children and adolescents. The development pillar is the Inter-American program of a good start with comprehensive care in early childhood as a human right to live in one's family and to have access to nutrition, as well as Inter-American program for human resource training and education in rights. These are 18 distance learning courses across 2 semesters, with 20 states being a part of this and 2,000 participants. Another pillar is security, with programs tied to the eradication of all forms of violence, sexual exploitation against the children and adolescents, sustaining or upholding the mandate issued during the General Assembly, in which a regional study was undertaken on violence, and also to promote and protect children and adolescents in the digital realm, with a visionary approach from the standpoint of producing content with accessible formats for children and adolescents, as well as addressing the degree to which they are vulnerable to issues such as sexting, grooming, sextortion, cyberbullying. These are the programs that define the roadmap for the next 4 years. Some of these topics we will see in other programs here at the OAS, in the Washington office, and elsewhere. This is a plan of action which calls for us to come together in virtuous synergies and to adopt concrete actions, placing childhood and adolescence at the center of the adult world, with a view toward their protecting children and adolescents' interest. The 2024 agenda, on the occasion of the 23rd Pan American Congress, which since 1916 has been a venue for thought and action seeking well-being for children in the continent. There's also the Forum on the Civil Society Organization, the Forum of Children and Adolescents, the 98th regular session of the Directing Council of the Institute. These are high-level sessions of technical political focus, which will guide the path forward for the Inter-American Children's Institute. In this stage, we continue to sow commitments to reap rights, to strengthen our programs with a paradigm of new humanism, focusing our efforts on ensuring that boys, girls, and adolescents will be strategic partners of everything we do. They, without a doubt, are the ones who build our present time and with whom we build our future, within the spirit of more rights for ever more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for your presentation. And now I open the floor to delegations that may wish to speak to this subject, and I give the floor first to the Ambassador of Panama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, the delegation of Panama would like to warmly welcome the Director Maria Julia Garcete since this is the very first time that she has come to address this permanent council, as well as congratulate her for the election of this very important post, offering a representation of women in a high leadership position, in addition to being the first Paraguayan to do so. This delegation would like to avail itself of this opportunity to extend the warmest wishes for your new post and to reiterate our willingness to continue to work together for the benefit of children and adolescents in the Americas. We truly appreciate the presentation made, and we have taken due note thereof. And along that line, we applaud the efforts to build this very detailed plan of action within the framework of the 100 years that the Institute will enjoy in 2027. We value the participatory methodology in which we had children, girls and boys, and young people from our country who helped, and the rest of the hemisphere as well, to say that they will be the direct benefits of the work that the Institute does. There is no shadow of a doubt that this plan, based on accumulated lessons of past learning and with a view to leave a lasting impact on our region, will continue to iron out some of the critical log jams when it comes to adolescents and children enjoying rights in our region, as well as slashing disparities in gender, the lack of a view on rights and public policies, just to mention a few of the areas where work will be done. Count on Panama for development and for fulfilling this plan. Thank you very much.
Panama. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of El Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to warmly welcome Mrs. Gacete, Director General of the IIN. We would like to appreciate her presentation for a plan of action 2023-2027. We've taken due note thereof. We share the points in the plan that were presented that promote a focus based on promotion, protection, and participation of girls and boys and adolescents. And especially, we are very interested to see that the plan has included an exchange of practices when it comes to attention of primary health care, an area that my country has strengthened legally and with its public policies from Mrs. Bukele's office. And we see with positive eyes a host of different activities for maternal child care and games for children. As a government, we are looking at the necessary tools for integral development and learning for children in El Salvador. And within this framework, implementing the national game strategy, we play together with a view that each child, girls and boys, will reach their maximum potential. This will be done in environments in which children develop once they have the necessary care until 8 years of age. We also have the support for early childhood development and the model for integrated attention for primary health care. This approach will make it possible because Salvadoran families can enjoy public spaces which are free from violence. Thanks to the measures of security that have been implemented, we have been able to recover territories which for decades were dominated by the gangs, denying families, especially our children, the right to play games and social integration in their environment. When it comes to maternal health care, the law supports the rights of mothers and children to have maternal health care, as well as having conditions so that women can breastfeed for their children. More than 200 classes for maternal health care. We have other collectors for collecting milk. Now, we're very happy that within the framework of the recent meeting held in Jamaica, where we had support behind the executive director of the National Council for Primary Health Care Children, Mrs. Maya, elected as vice chair of the board within the framework of the recent 97th regular meeting. Mr. Chairman, we wish to ensure that children reach their highest potential for development with quality education and nutrition, in learning, care, and protection through strategies, programs, and interinstitutional and intersectoral programs with an impact over the long run. We hope that the plan of action presented will contribute to having us do joint work so that we can fulfill the regional objectives. Once again, we would like to thank the director for her comments and presentation. We reiterate the commitment and the support of El Salvador for all of the work. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Brazilian delegation truly appreciates Dr. Gassette's presentation. We're grateful for it on the Plan of Action 2023-2027 of the Child and Adolescent Institute. We have taken due note through different state actors and civil society. Brazil was very happy to participate in the consultation process to draft the plan presented today, as reflected in pages 4 and 5 of the document, of the various thematic areas where all of us have to act to promote and protect children and adolescents across the board. We feel it's of utmost importance that the initiatives for primary health care for children is important. And here we celebrate that this group will be reflected in the plan that was presented today, particularly through good beginning of life programs. In Brazil, on the 4th, through the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship, announced a host of different activities and strategic projects geared to promote rights of children and adolescents within the context of celebrating the Universal Day of Human Rights. And amongst these measures for the implementation and a resurgence of guaranteeing human rights, I would like to underscore the following: the reformulation of the protection for children and adolescents, those geared towards tutorials, National School for Children and Adolescents, which is going to have investments of more than 6 million reais for training public agents, a broadening of the program for the protection of children and adolescents threatened with death. And after 6 years, we will have national information which will have to do with adolescents who are incarcerated. And we would also look at other socioeducational programs. In addition to this, we promulgated on January 2024, a consultation program for the responsible use of digital devices and screen time for children and adolescents. And then finally, we applaud that 72 civil society organizations will select projects that are geared towards the care and prevention of violence against children in the first years in the marginal areas in Brazil. Director Maria Julia Gassete, these are just some of the most recent examples of public policies that are being taken and implemented in Brazil, looking at the promotion of rights for children and adolescents, according to which we will be happy to take up our partnership with the Institute to improve these and to disseminate these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I now give the floor to Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We truly appreciate the presentation of the Plan of Action 2023-2027 by Maria Julia Gasseta, and Director of the Institute. It is our very first national and occupying this very important post, underscoring the efforts that she and her entire team have made to put together the plan in a very inclusive way with an integral focus, emphasizing the most vulnerable groups, such as children and adolescents. We reiterate our commitment with the Institute, and for the next 100 years, we feel it's an excellent opportunity to reflect on how our countries can think about the grave problems that are assailing our children and our adolescents, and the public policies that we have to craft and implement to solve those problems. And we trust that this plan will move us in that direction. So that once again, we truly appreciate all of the work that you've invested by the IIN team, and with the roadmap to protect the rights of children and adolescents in the region. We ratify and reiterate our full support of my delegation for implementation thereof. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. And I now give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Colombia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A very special warm greeting to Maria Julia Gasset, General Director of the Inter-American Institute for Children and Adolescents. The delegation of Colombia truly appreciates the presentation of this plan of action 2023-2027 of the Inter-American Institute and supports the proposals that have been put by the director for implementation in the next few years. Colombia today thinks of children as social agents from their birth, with interests, capacities, and vulnerabilities that are special to them, as well as the need for protection, guidance, and support when it comes to their rights. And because of that, the government of Colombia makes an appeal to all states so that children be the focus of their national policies, because they have very special rights for protection in keeping with their own capacities as they develop and the gradual enjoyment of their rights. And because of that, we will continue to reject any form of rejection, be it airstrikes or wherever they are victims. The government's plan of President Gustavo Petro has in its main strategies to build a humanist education, one that is anti-racist, intercultural, and all-encompassing, inclusive. We will have a school which, much more than a physical place, it'll be an environment in which communities get together, they organize. And for that, there will be a populational, regional approach, one that focuses on gender, territory, ethnicity, and particularly looking and paying attention to the rural nature of things. Madam Director, in the action plan, there is a common concern that all states have. Children, boys and girls, and young people in the region, which is the environment that they are in, it has to take into account climate change. And this is one of the main concerns of the Colombian government currently, which converts itself into a public policy under Gustavo Petro to save lives on the planet and human or mankind's existence. In the light of everything that has been said alongside the government of Chile, we have presented a consultative opinion for the Human Rights Court so as to establish the responsibilities that all states have and other social actors when it comes to protection of the environment. In the advisory opinion, we have asked the court on the different obligations states have and the scope when it comes to children, boys and girls alike, and the new generations when it comes to the emergencies posed by climate change. Given that young people or children are particularly vulnerable in climate change threats, boys and girls are more sensitive physiologically and physically because they are less able to survive given the environmental upset. At any rate, the climate crisis harms access that young people have to key services such as health, nutrition, food, education, social protection. A lack of access to these fundamental services reduces their resilience and the capacity to adapt, which ends up increasing their vulnerability. To conclude, then, Colombia applauds this climate approach presented by the Institute in its plan of action, and we would like to avail ourselves of this opportunity to remind the Institute of our willingness to work hand in hand with the most important population that we have in all of our countries, our children, our boys and girls, and our adolescents. Each joint action that we implement for the protection of their rights represents guarantees for life and development for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Colombia. Now we give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mexico recognizes the efforts deployed by the Inter-American Institute for Children and Adolescents and congratulates the DG, Maria Julia Gacete Yegro, for having taken on the general leadership of the Institute. We also convey our acknowledgement to the interim director, Claudia Barriente, and former director, Victor Giorgi, for their respective and outstanding work. My delegation considers that the presentation of the plan of action, the 100-year plan of action 2023-2027 that we just heard about, marks an advance and progress in the fundamental rights of children in our region. This plan lays out a plan to guide our actions in the next few years. It consolidates our commitment to promote and safeguard the rights of boys and girls and adolescents. And I should like to underscore in this regard the firm position and our commitment to the National System for Integral Development to All Families in Mexico. In keeping with the Centenary Plan of Action, Mexico reiterates that children and adolescents are full-fledged people with rights, looking at their well-being both nationally and internationally. Their life, their rights, and their dignity should be fully respected everywhere. In this regard, I share the results of the National Consultation of Children and Adolescents, the so-called, do you hear me? ¿Me escucha? 2022. This was held in Mexico as part of the coordinated efforts between the Commission of Human Rights in the City of Mexico and the National System for Integral Development of Families. This consultation took in proposals and opinions from 1,272,000 children who participated, and we feel that this is crucial to include these kinds of consultations for the Centenary Plan of Action to enrich the initiatives that we are undertaking for the future. I should also like to underscore the tireless labor of the Federal Office for Children and Adolescents in Mexico, especially when it comes to the renewal of their rights. And this renewal of their rights is a host of different actions that this Federal Attorney General's office is doing for public policies as well as private policies, and they take on the necessary actions so that they can enjoy all of the rights that have been conferred to them as vulnerable populations. We find it advisable and all-encompassing to have these inputs for the strategic plan, taking advantage of all the informative tools that the institution gives us. We will follow up things closely when it comes to the implementation, and we commit our approach to protect rights of children and adolescents. We trust that through constructive and fruitful dialogue and close cooperation amongst member states, we will achieve having a strategic plan which is pragmatic and effective, which will underscore precedent in the region to meet the needs of our children and adolescents. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin by congratulating Mrs. Garcete on her appointment to the position of the Institute's newest Director General and welcome her to the Permanent Council today. The state of children's rights is a pressing concern, as many have said, as highlighted by UNICEF's 2023 State of the World Children's Report. Children face a myriad of challenges, and it is crucial to address these issues. Our commitment to children extends globally and domestically. The work that the Institute does on promoting the protection of the rights of children is, of course, vital to the future of our countries. We look forward to the continued efforts and success of the Institute as we approach the 100th anniversary. The United States reaffirms our commitment to democracy and human rights education and the pivotal role of engaging young people in the work of the OAS. By working together with transparency, mutual respect, and inclusion, we can build a stronger, more equitable hemisphere for generations to come. Once again, thank you, Director General Garcete, for presenting the Institute's Centennial Action Plan today. My delegation looks forward to working with you, all member states, and partners like the Institute here at the OAS to achieve our shared goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody, and warm greetings to everybody here. Costa Rica truly appreciates the presentation from Madam Garcete Yedros, DG of the Inter-American Institute for Children and Adolescents, and IIN, and the presentation of her Plan of Action 2023-2027. Plan of Action, a centenarian plan of action, as it's been called. It's a pleasure to have your presence here in the room. Much success in your new post. And also, I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity to thank you for all of the work that's been done by Claudia Babientos in her work as interim director. Costa Rica and Uruguay proposed at the 97th regular meeting of the IIN OAS held recently in Jamaica a resolution of the board of the IIN, which takes into account the relevance of holding this centenary of the IIN along the line of work geared towards institutional consolidation. The previous part not only held or celebrated the 100 years of existence of the IIN, but also the laudable work that has been done when it comes to public policies and social life in this very important issue in the Americas. This tends to improve the quality of life of children and adolescents, as well as promote, prevent, and protect the rights and active participation of children and adolescents when it comes to building public policies that impact them. We appreciate the presentation of the report that broaches very relevant topics and relatively new topics in the inter-American agenda that affects this very important sector of society, such as the topic of mental health, inclusion and disabilities, the right to identity, and particularly, let me underscore the importance of inclusion of managing risk when it comes to natural disasters, climate change, and the environment. These are very propitious topics when it comes to overall climate issues. In Costa Rica, let me highlight the campaign that our National PANI Institute carries out looking at emotional disorders in children and adolescents. This seeks to underscore for families and to caretakers and families the alert signs in their children, and particularly to build trust when they express concerns, and we want them to understand that they can support these children. This is an all-encompassing campaign with free advice so as to move towards a solution based on following professionals so that we can provide support to children who deserve that when it comes to a crisis of mental health that affects us. In this regard, my delegation firmly supports the Inter-American Program for Child or Children and Adolescents Participation, and the participation and to listen to what they have to say. I think that these are crucial components in strengthening children and adolescents in the face of any threat or any violation of their human rights. In the current scenario, Costa Rica reaffirms its willingness and its commitment to work closely with the Inter-American Institute of Children and Adolescents. This commitment is geared towards strengthening protection and promotion of rights of children and adolescents. As such, we are committed to participate very actively in crafting and implementing public policies geared towards guaranteeing an environment that leads to integral development for children and adolescents. We are decided to work very closely with the Institute to thus contribute to the success of this plan of action, and especially in a very significant context of celebrating the 100 years of its existence. This centenary hallmark aligns our efforts to work effectively so that we can ensure a more fruitful, promising future and one that is full of opportunities for the youngest generations in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the presentation of the plan by the DG Guacete and particularly the work of the Institute's team. We know that in practice, the good practice, you can do a lot with a little, and I think it's really very important that we bear that in mind because the plan of action that has been presented has the merit of being a guiding light and shed light on what the Institute does so as to deepen things and see how the Convention on the Rights of Children in the Americas is done, and it's structured with other programs that we've seen. This makes things flexible and allows us to measure any action. From Chile's standpoint, I really like the position that the Institute has because it's holistic and it's multidisciplinary in nature when it comes to protecting the rights of children and adolescents. There is a special emphasis on care for the children. I should also like to underscore that this point was promoted by the Subsecretary of Children with a line of action of the Chilean government as well. And then when it comes to the work plan and relating to the problems to consolidate the national systems for protection, we would like to emphasize the orientation of each of the operative areas. We hope that this will build alliances and working together, because we also feel that it's relevant for each action in the plan. There is a well-defined indicate which will allow us to measure any decision that is taken. And then finally, on the plan itself, we feel that it's very relevant to underscore the visibility and the importance that is accorded to the principle of participation. There are programs here, and as the director said, this is closely linked to the pillar of democracy of this organization. And as such, it is recommended to have standards for participation of children and adolescents, and that this be done in a cross-cutting way. Implementation of indicators and goals and measuring the activities of this participation has to be looked at. For example, establishing indicators with feedback from the activities for the children themselves. This is really relevant for us because the country of Chile, the government and the state of Chile, has a deep commitment with the promotion and defense of rights that children and adolescents have, according them their rights that are listened to, and they also have to say what they feel and what they think about situations that affect them in their daily life. And this is a very broad spectrum of things. So in that regard, we would like to share some good news. The 97th regular meeting of the board's meeting in the Institute held in Kingston, Jamaica in October, the Subsecretary of Children in Chile, Mrs. Veronica Silva, was elected by acclamation for the next term, and we're really very happy to continue to work along the lines that the Institute has under its wing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Chile. Now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The first thing is that, Maria Julia, I would like to wish you the best of success. And thank you for the plan of action as well. Well, here everybody has read the reports. We've read the technical points, and I'm going to fly over that a little bit. This is the most important topic that we've spoken about. All of the topics that this organization talks about, well, of course, let's be clear about this. This is the most important issue. Everything else is behind you. It's a shame that we don't have more money for you. Much more. We should really be giving you much more money. Well, that's how it is. It is what it is, and one day it'll change. Well, we do a lot with a little. That was said. We should do a lot with a lot. But, well, of course, the world changes bit by bit, slowly but surely. Yesterday I was in a meeting, a SICAD meeting it was. Now, who are the first ones who are the most assailed, the most harmed, the most damned? Children. Who are the ones that are the worst off in the Americas, in this Americas, which is violent? When things break out, and we talk about disproportionality across the board and peaceful coexistence. Children.
That's why this is the most important topic. We all pound our chest and say what so-and-so is doing, what someone else is doing, but that's just not enough. It falls short, because if it were enough, we wouldn't have these indicators that we have now on children, undernourishment, the difficulties of bringing children, keeping kids in school. What is the most important thing for kids in the continent? No one has said it here. No one brought this up. It's the right to life, first and foremost. It's the right to life and the potential fulfillment of that life, the right to education. What's the most important right that is rooted in the right to life and education? What comes next? What's the next right? The right to be happy. Simply put, elementary, obvious, but we all talk about this, that, and the other. We have to reach a point so that this continent has boys, girls, and teenagers who are happy. Then we can start. And then we could take a holistic view that we just heard from Sebastian. Then we can get down to the nuts and bolts, the brass tacks that we heard from Costa Rica. Yes, we do have to do all of that and so much more. This is the most important revolution. We can talk about any other topic, as many as you'd like. This is the core issue. And if we just treat it as one more bureaucratic matter and we read a report that says this, that, and the other, well, it's not going to get it done. So a few years later, we're going to be saying blah, 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 blah again, and then someone else will say, well, look at this plan, blah, blah, blah. That's not how we get it done. It's not blah, 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 blah. Am I making myself understood? Let's break from this standstill, this do-nothing attitude we have. Break away from blah, blah, blah. Let's break from the blah, blah, blah.
Much, our distinguished friend of Uruguay. That was culminated in an unexpected way, which caught me by surprise. But yes, now I offer the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the Director General of the IIN for her report and for the plan of action for the coming years. Children and adolescents are very important, and I think my colleague from Uruguay has made that point clearly, and I want to underline that, and I think that the OAS should be involved in guiding our children and adolescents much more, but we also need the IIN to guide us in this so that we take the right decisions. We support the work of the IIN in this respect, and we look forward to further activities of the Institute, and we wish them all the best. Thank you.
Okay, I am, at this point, going to give the apologies, Director. I'm going to give you the floor to make your remarks at the end of all of these sessions, and then the Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to thank all of the states for your commitments and concrete actions that you have expressed. And as the Ambassador Abdallah says, if we are to achieve different targets, different goals, we can't just continue with business as usual, doing the same old thing, the same old way, to not end up with so much blah, 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 as he just said. Now, I have a very special request I would like to make of all of you. Why? Given the institutional nature that the Institute has, we answer to a directing council and to this permanent council and to the Secretariat and all of its bodies. So my request has to do with coordination and close articulation across the permanent missions with all of those bodies charged with representing the rights of boys, girls, and adolescents in your states. Everything we have achieved, as Ambassador Sebastian has said, we've done a lot with very little. And what we have achieved is because of this virtuous articulation that we've seen from the permanent missions here with the rights bodies that provide and protect the rights of children in your states. These are the only organizations of the U.S. outside of Washington that have their advantages and the challenges. They have, on the one hand, autonomy, and they are very closely tied to the OAS, or work closely with the OAS, and so that is how, and only that way, can we, with the technical team, have the best possible impact and focus on innovation and inclusion, which have been the two lines of action that have made what we've done possible. It is the cumulative effect of all of the people involved, statesmen and women involved in the protection of children. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time you've given me.
Secretary General Luis Almagro.
The next celebration, upcoming celebration in 2027 of the 100th year anniversary highlights the long-term commitment by the member states toward the most important asset that we have, which are children, boys, girls, and adolescents, many of which today experience the world in a very different way, as so many of you have expressed here. Thanks to technological breakthroughs, many have access to information that many of us didn't have. This has contributed to their education, strengthen their capacity, so that they can have, in a meaningful, active way, contribute to many things across the region. Access to advanced forms of technology have also raised some challenges, many of which we know about, such as grooming and cyberbullying and the harm wrought for their mental health. It's our duty here to start to understand. We have to understand and be prepared and equipped to tackle what we have to address now and in the future. According to UN stats, it's likely that 90% of climate change caused diseases or maladies will affect children. 24 million children are going to be undernourished as a result of malnourished as a result of climate change. Also, it's estimated that 1 in 4 children will live in places with extreme shortages of water. 60 million children face prolonged drought. 80-some million children will have their education interrupted by climate change. Climate change is obliging families to move, to migrate. By 2050, there are going to be many more climate refugees. This is one of the biggest challenges, changing challenges that children face, added to those that they have always faced since time immemorial: sexual exploitation, discrimination, not having their primary needs met in early childhood, forced migration, and many other things. The challenges that our young people face are cut across the board, and the different areas of the Secretariat support the plan, the centenary plan of action. We know that this cannot be done alone. We all have to pitch in and to promote and to protect the rights of children. Is not just your work, it's the work of every one of the areas of the OAS, because on this hinges the future of the region. This cuts across all of the areas. We all have to get to it. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer a clarification as far as a blah blah. That is not a Uruguayan, puru puru is not a Uruguayan expression.
We're all grateful for that clarification. But I tell you what will go down into the annals of history in this organization, that we should all stop blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we will take a break for 10 minutes. We've been going for just over 2 hours, and I'm sure everybody could do with a moment to stretch their legs. Thank you. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Colleagues, thank you very much. And I'd be very grateful if everyone would now take their seats. Our break was for a little longer than I had anticipated, but some necessary work was being done. So, colleagues, we now turn to the fourth item on the agenda regarding the situation in Guatemala, which includes the consideration of two topics. The first topic refers to the invitation extended by the government of Guatemala to me, as the chair of the Permanent Council, to visit the country, accompanied by the OAS Secretary General, to participate in the transition process. The chair appreciates the invitation and, in accordance with Article 8 of the Rules of Procedure, has initiated consultations on this matter, including with the Secretary General. Once this process has reached the point of fruition, the chair will come back to the Permanent Council to advise on the next steps. Now, we next consider the draft resolution entitled Actions Against the Rule of Law that Put at Risk the Transition of Government in Guatemala. This draft resolution is presented by the delegation of the United States with the cooperation of the delegations of Canada, Chile, and Costa Rica, as contained in CP/Doc.5950/23 Rev 1. However, the draft was developed through a consultative process over many days, which culminated with a well-attended informal negotiations between member states on December 8, 2023. In other words, what I'm stressing to this Council is that this resolution was not suddenly baked. It went through a great deal of discussion, in-depth consultations before the text was finalized and placed before you for submission at this meeting. Now, I'm going to proceed by offering the floor to the proposing delegation for the presentation of the draft resolution, but I understand that Guatemala would wish to speak before the resolution is actually presented. So, Guatemala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Guatemala would like to ask the Secretariat to kindly embrace Mario Flores, Minister of Foreign Relations. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Secretary General, Mr. ASG, Mr. Nestor Mendez, illustrious permanent representatives and alternate delegates. The 33 years before the presidential inauguration will take place on the 24th of January, and we will participate at that time with a session to now apprise you of the recent happenings in Guatemala. In October 2023, the Supreme Electoral Organization gave us the final conclusion and the result of the electoral process. The presidential elections were ended, as well as other Congress people. And this all will be recognized on the 14th of January for the elected persons to take their posts. The government of Guatemala has respected the ballot box results and the transition process in a systematized, transparent way. With this in mind, and in all due respect to the government and the communication of the 8th of December, I quote to you, there is no action that can preclude the decision of the authorities and from anyone not taking their posts, end of quote. We continue to prepare the transition for the 14th of January 2024, based on the respect of the electoral process and the official results. Everything is being prepared in keeping with the Constitution of the Republic of Guatemala and the legal internal order for the benefit of the transition process. And in addition, this process has had the go-ahead of the Secretary General of the Organization of American States with an EOM, as well as others that underscored the results. This process took place in an orderly way with public information, and the methodology used was a point of reference for all of the transition processes in our country. Recently, on the 6th of December in 2023, we had different parts of this process, and of course, people worked hand in hand so that the other posts continue open and the president-elect can exchange information with other government authorities as well as others. The government of Guatemala, in coordination with the Attorney General's Office and the National Institute of Public Administration, in association with other municipalities, have had various training sessions for our people so that they have all the necessary tools to help their municipalities. On the other hand, the legislative bodies and the parliamentary offices have also participated. So, Mr. Chairman, in all good faith, the government of Guatemala has invited you, Mr. Sanders, alongside the Secretary General, to visit Guatemala and to participate in the transition process that is being supported, as well as to work alongside the other important authorities during this time in Guatemala. And during your visit, we will look at the progress made for the inauguration ceremony on the 14th of January. And we would like to underscore the progress that has been made. Guatemala makes an appeal for prudence when it comes to taking any quickly made decisions. The information will help us and will work so that we respect our sovereignty and we work with the issues that we have to deal with, which is very important to us. Mr. Chairman, competence in this for the procedures are with the Electoral Tribunal, and this will be for the President of the Republic, Mr. Mamate, on his side, has not only taken into account the Electoral Board, but the elections have been orderly and transparent. And we are committed to respect everything in the Republic. But the solutions that have been put for consideration today, the delegation of Guatemala participated in the negotiations. Nonetheless, it cannot go along with this work because it invokes Article 18 of the American Democratic Charter. And Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, we have invited you to the country so that in keeping with what we have for our country, Guatemala has moved towards a solution. The situation of my country deserves attention. Guatemala would like to have a solution, and this has been put for consideration.
Thank you very much. Guatemala, is there anything further that you wish to add to what your foreign minister has said?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No, we're not going to add anything else other than to say that we will record for the record the request of the Minister of Foreign Relations to move on to a vote on the draft resolution in keeping with the bylaws of the Permanent Council. Thank you very much.
Guatemala, respectfully, I have to point out to you that we haven't yet had this resolution presented to the Council. So, if you agree, I am going to still offer the floor to the proposing delegations to present this, this resolution to the Council, after which we will decide on how we will proceed to adopt it, whether by vote or by some other means. So, with your agreement, I will ask Ambassador Mora of the United States of America if he would please present the resolution on behalf of the proposing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, we continue to witness with a heavy heart the alarming and escalating situation in Guatemala. The United States, in solidarity with the principles of this organization, condemns in the strongest terms the continued assault on Guatemala's democratic foundations. The most recent actions in a long list of measures taken by Guatemala's public ministry, including the issuance of arrest warrants, the attempt to remove the immunity of the president-elect, and the absurd effort to annul certified electoral results. Let me repeat that again, Mr. Chair. The absurd effort to annul certified electoral results of the nation's free, fair, and most widely observed general elections are blatant attempts to undermine the rule of law and subvert the will of the Guatemalan people. This is unacceptable. These actions not only undermine the Inter-American Democratic Charter, but also pose a grave threat to the transition of power in Guatemala to President-elect Arevalo and other officials elected in this year's general election. We have witnessed a disturbing pattern of anti-democratic measures, from the lifting of immunity of electoral magistrates to the targeting of opposition members, and of course, interference with the electoral process. The Council must strongly condemn these actions, Mr. Chair. Guatemala stands at a critical crossroads, and the decisions made in the coming days will have profound consequences not only for the nation itself, but indeed for our entire region and even generations to come. Mr. Chair and colleagues, we cannot stand idly by as the foundations of a democracy are eroded and the will of the people is disregarded. The OAS has been steadfast in its commitment to a peaceful electoral transition, democracy, and the rule of law in Guatemala. However, the actions of the Guatemalan authorities continue to push us into a new and indeed dangerous phase. It is imperative that we respond collectively and resolutely to defend democracy in Guatemala. In the face of this crisis, the United States, in collaboration with a broad number of delegations, proposed for adoption today a new, more robust draft resolution. This resolution, in accordance with Article 18 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, calls for urgent action to address escalating attacks on democracy during the transition process in Guatemala. The United States and the requesting members call for its timely approval by this Council. Mr. Chair and colleagues, this moment, as we have said many times before, is a test for our organization, a test to defend democracy and uphold the principles that bind us together. If we fail to act together, we risk not only the stability of Guatemala, but the integrity of democratic values throughout the Americas. We hear the call from the people of Guatemala to defend them in this attempt to negate free and fair elections, and we will continue to press forward, ensuring their voice is heard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, having heard the presentation of the resolution by the delegation of the United States of America on behalf of its proponents, how do we go forward? Guatemala, you wanted the floor on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, yes, in point of fact, to reiterate what was already mentioned by the Minister of Foreign Relations in the video, and to request that this Council proceed in keeping with Article 58 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council. Thank you.
Very well. The Chair has a proposal for a vote to be taken under Article 58A of the Rules of Procedure. Only one country need make such a proposal, and the Chair is then bound by it. Therefore, we will proceed according to the rules to hold a vote. The procedure for the votes, I'll ask the Assistant Secretary General to just explain how we are going to precisely do this vote. Assistant Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will follow the usual practice. We will ask you to select the name of a member state from the box. Can you bring the box, please? And then I will start the vote by calling first on the member state whose name you pick from the box, sir. After that, we will count, and then we announce the results.
Pick this name without looking. Would you believe it's Guatemala? So the voting will proceed, starting with Guatemala.
Guatemala.
Guatemala, what's your vote? Against.
Gracias, Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Guatemala. Let's move on with Guyana. Guyana, how do you vote?
Yes, approve.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next, we ask Haiti. How do you vote? I'm sorry, Haiti appears to be absent. Haiti is absent. We move to Honduras.
Honduras, how do you vote? In favor.
Gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Continue with Jamaica. Jamaica, how do you vote?
In favor. Support.
Thank you to the delegation of Jamaica. La delegación.
Delegation of Mexico. Mexico, how do you vote? Mexico votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The delegation of Panama, how do you vote? Panama votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The delegation of Paraguay, what's your vote? How do you vote? In favor. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Peru, in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Peru votes in favor. Dominican Republic, how do you vote? In favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Next, we come to St. Kitts and Nevis. How do you vote?
St. Kitts and Nevis votes in favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Then we come to St. Lucia. How do you vote?
St. Lucia votes in favor.
Thank you to the delegation of St. Lucia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines votes in favor.
Thank you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We continue with Suriname. How do you vote?
Suriname votes in favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you to Trinidad and Tobago.
The delegation of Uruguay, how do you vote? Uruguay votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Venezuela is absent. Let's continue.
Antigua and Barbuda, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. La delegación de Argentina.
The delegation of Argentina, how do you vote?
Bahamas, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. The delegation of Barbados, how do you vote?
Barbados votes in favor.
Thank you, Barbados. The delegation of Belize, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Belize.
The delegation of Bolivia, how do you vote? In favor. Thank you very much, Bolivia. Brazil votes in favor.
The delegation of Canada, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. La delegación de
The delegation of Chile, how do you vote? Chile votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The delegation of Colombia, how do you vote? Colombia votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Delegation of Costa Rica. Costa Rica votes in favor. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Dominica, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Ambassador.
The delegation of Ecuador, how do you vote? In favor. The delegation of El Salvador, abstention.
The delegation of the United States, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. And finally, we come to Grenada. How do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Chairman, if you just give us a couple minutes, we'll tabulate the count. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we will announce the results of the voting. Voting in favor of the resolution, we have 29 member states. Voting against the resolution, 1 member state. Abstentions, we have 1 member state, and we have 2 delegations absent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, the result of that vote is convincingly large, and with that, I declare this resolution, sure I get the title right, actions against the rule of law that put at risk the transition of government in Guatemala adopted. I now open the floor to any delegations that may wish to speak to this resolution. The floor is open, and I give the floor immediately to Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the Ecuadorian delegation has just approved this resolution because, inter alia, it reflects the firm and resolute rejection of the people and nations of this hemisphere to reject the actions of the government of Guatemala, to disregard the free will expressed by the people of Guatemala. And we see that there are certainly powers in Guatemala that seek to overlook that vote. We here, therefore, ratify the presentation of last 9th December of the Alliance for Democracy here. My country believes that the constitutional order in Guatemala should be upheld, and we think it is time for there to be an end to the judicialization of the process and the ongoing meddling by the government in the rule of law and the expression of the vote of the people. It is the enshrined principles of democracy that we have in our charter on democracy that must be respected. This sister republic of the Americas is well served by the intermediation of the OAS and the people in Guatemala and the observation, mission, and transition support that are being offered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the delegation of Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Canada is a co-sponsor of this resolution. We therefore support it fully and take the opportunity to express our thanks to all of the members of the OAS for their resolute position on the subject. One thing is perfectly clear. There is a convergence of opinion here that is substantial, indeed overwhelming, on the part of the members of the OAS regarding the situation in Guatemala. Indeed, Canada, yet again, can only condemn the action of such Guatemalan powers and citizens that seek to silence the will of the people, as fully and properly expressed on the 25th of June and later in August at the time of the two elections that were held. There has been an oath to protect the democracy in Guatemala by those who right now seek to undergird it. This is a great, or undermine it, I should say, a great, great irony. And we believe, therefore, that Guatemala thereby has tarnished, because of the action of a small group of people, tarnished its fame.
The electoral results that we saw in Guatemala were confirmed by recognized electoral observation missions both from the OAS and the European Union. The elections were free and fair. The announcement made last Friday by officials within the public ministry and the reckless references to potential annulment of the electoral process, including that of President-elect Bernardo Arevalo, represents the latest and perhaps the most scurrilous attack on democracy to date in Guatemala. These arbitrary actions threaten both to undermine the current clear election results and also the longer-term confidence of the Guatemalan people in their democratic institutions. As OAS member states, our duty is to defend democracy in the hemisphere. This means defending the right of the people to have their say on issues that affect them. Once again, Canada urges all powers that make up the state of Guatemala, the executive, the legislation, the judiciary, and in particular the public ministry, to take definitive actions to support the spirit and the letter of their own democratic constitution. Such actions will ensure a transfer of power that respects the fundamental principles of democracy and the right will expressed by the people of Guatemala. Efforts to undermine these election results must stop. Canada will continue to collaborate with other members of the Organization of American States and with other international partners to defend democracy in Guatemala and to ensure that the will of the people of Guatemala is indeed respected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada. Now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished ambassadors and representatives of the member states and permanent observers, distinguished Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. The Dominican Republic applauds the approval of this resolution and what it bespeaks, a spirit of solidarity and conviction. It would appear that we are inspired by the Popol Vuh, which says in pertinent part, let everyone stand, let no one lag behind, let there not be few, but let us be all. End of quote of this ancestral precept that shows us that our true strength indeed is found in union, not least in perilous times. And it is therefore quite fitting that this Permanent Council should make us stronger and more convinced than ever in our unshakable will to uphold the principles of democracy and justice. That is why we firmly support the resolution that speaks to the present situation of Guatemala. However, this is not any old act of regional solidarity. It is more than that. It speaks to our unshakable will and belief in democracy, justice, and human rights. These are the necessary ingredients to peaceful coexistence amongst our nations. The situation in Guatemala has been besmirched by a set of actions that assault democracy and the democratic process, and should indeed shake us in the knowledge that any of these precepts can be taken for granted. Indeed, some of the recent actions of the judiciary in Guatemala and its ongoing investigations of President-elect Bernardo Arévalo speak for themselves, and certainly sets on their head any kind of logistic or logical support of democracy. And so it is necessary that these actions, far from being a show of strength, are indeed a show of weakness and lack of rigor in tackling unprecedented and unacceptable attacks on the law. These will undergird the faith of people in their justice, and not only in Guatemala, but throughout the hemisphere. Indeed, in any democracy that prides itself with being solid and resilient. The presumption of innocence has been wholly disregarded. The various theories and spurious hypotheses that have been put forward as some kind of explanation or justification for these seem very polished and very much not grounded in truth or in justice. Any unbiased observer could see this. Far from being something that should promote justice, this kind of action could easily become the map for how to persecute your political opponents. This is very alarming indeed. It is crucial that each process, certainly one that would hope to be democratic, do better, one that upholds the trust of people in justice and in the process itself. Logic and justice, in this instance, alas, have been sacrificed to political expediency. Now, this could very greatly erode the trust of people in authority. And I don't believe that this could be as easily remedied in the short run. It is therefore imperative that the way of reason and justice be upheld, that human rights and the strengthening of democracy be held up, because when it is time to do so, this must be done. Otherwise, the very fabric of our democracies and of our lives, and in common, and our democracy's common weal, the narrative of self-government is what leads a people to live the future of democracy. And we, in my country, believe that this has to be upheld not only within our borders, individually and severally, but as a region as a whole. Process and law for democracy must be upheld by a system that is transparent in Guatemala and in the region as a whole. And that is why it is our obligation to speak up for the will of the people in Guatemala, as the people themselves have expressed that will at the urns. The democratic ideals expect no less of us. We must, within any functional democracy, do as much. We're talking about sacred trust. When sovereignty is used as a spurious means by which the trust of the people can be ignored, one is indeed beckoning disaster. It is our collective will and duty, we believe, that the respect for human rights in our region deserves no less. To conclude, in the Dominican Republic, we believe democracy is the best girding against any kind of erosion of democracy. The light of democracy cannot be quenched. And here in this council, our own experience as a nation, we in the Dominican Republic, tells us that the fight for democracy never ends. This region can never let its guard down. The Dominican Republic will certainly, for its part, remain vigilant and committed to a more democratic and resilient Guatemala. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by expressing my congratulations to the United States for its exemplary leadership, Fran Mora and his whole team, leadership in this process, and thank that delegation also for the ways forward that have been identified from last Friday, December 8th. We see here in everyone's statement and in what we see before us how deeply serious the situation is. I would merely read out the communique of the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Colombia, which states in pertinent part the government of Colombia energetically condemns the recent acts of the Justice Department of Guatemala, which are an assault on democracy in the country and indeed in the region. Such actions presume to disregard the will of the people as expressed at the urns, at the ballot box. So too, we see that the action of the Department of Justice seeks to impede Bernardo Arevalo as president and Carolina Herrera as vice president to take the offices to which they have properly been elected, as confirmed by international observers. As before, Colombia stands against this action. There has to be a respect for the political constitution of the country and the will of the people at the urns. We therefore ask that the ambassador be called to answer our consultation because the action of that country is contrary to the rule of law. That was stated by my foreign ministry last Friday, and I've just quoted it. Now, Chair, we have seen this grow and take root over the last months. We've seen the excessive judicialization of the electoral process, led by the prosecution, to presume that the result of the elections is null and void, and that the will of the Guatemalan people can be disregarded. Now, these attempts, one after the other, to disregard the will of the people, have gone resolutely in the wrong direction. And this would, we would assume, to be a new modality of what used to be called an ordinary coup d'etat. So we here can only recall, sir, what we have stated earlier. That is the need to debate the role of the prosecutor's office, let me say, offices, not only in Guatemala, but throughout the region, sir. We see this time and again. And these prosecutors' offices have become the political arm, not to say weapon, to attack the states plural themselves. Now, we believe that the MOE in Guatemala and the freedom of expression have all expressed numerous times the number of actions that have been taken that run counter to the commitments that Guatemala has expressed under its allegiance to the Democratic Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The text of the resolution that we approved today by an overwhelming majority shows us how we need to launch a new democratic process from this council to ensure that the elections are crowned with victory, the only victory that can possibly be won in a democracy when a new government is properly elected. We must understand that by honoring our own commitments to democracy, the rule of law, and human rights, we are called upon to step in with the right speed and conviction to assist the people of Guatemala. Mr. Chairman, to sit by while the rule of the people in Guatemala are disregarded would do us all great jeopardy. This would set a very invidious precedent, by the way, not only for Guatemala, we believe, but for all of us as we sit here as committed nations holding up the principles of the peoples of this hemisphere. We cannot fail the people of Guatemala at this historic juncture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Brazil.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Mais uma vez.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are yet again called upon at this Permanent Council to ponder the very worrisome political situation that has arisen in Guatemala. Indeed, the statements that have been made are ever more concerning, and steps that are being contemplated are nothing more than great threats to the electoral process that has been concluded successfully. We can only hope that through the good offices of this council, as set forth in the resolution that we've considered, can somehow stop this crisis from its inevitable end. We certainly support the democratic will of the Guatemalan people and their right to a rule of law and representative democracy. The government of Brazil exhorts the state of Guatemala to recall its commitments under the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We repudiate, as Brazil, the steps taken by the Public Prosecution Office of Guatemala that presumes that these last elections are null and void because of presumed alleged irregularities, whereby they would seek to suspend the validity of President-elect Bernardo Alerablo. The judicial, legislative, and parliamentary responsibilities in Guatemala need to be upheld so that democratic order is preserved in that country. There has to be an urgent and a firm set of measures that will see that the will of the citizens of that people is respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of El Salvador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. I just want to say that El Salvador will have a footnote to add to this resolution.
Thank you very much, El Salvador. I give the floor now to Belize.
Chair, I take the floor on behalf of the government of Belize to express our deep concern that the democratic transition and the legitimate exercise of power in Guatemala is in serious jeopardy. Firstly, allow me to thank the United States for presenting this resolution for our consideration, as well as Secretary General Almagro and the OAS Electoral Observation Mission, and all the hardworking staff at the OAS for their unwavering commitment to the defense of democracy. Mr. Chairman, Article 1 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter states, quote, "The peoples of the Americas have a right to democracy, and their governments have an obligation to promote and defend it. Democracy is essential for the social, political, and economic development of the peoples of the Americas. This first article is as clear as it is profound, and it is fully applicable to the current events in our neighbor, Guatemala. What we have all witnessed since the first round of presidential elections in Guatemala is the power of a disruptive minority, including the public ministry, continued attempt to suffocate the democratic will of the people as exercised through their vote. The results of the vote have been certified by national authorities and international observers to have been free and fair. Therefore, it is with concern we note the following actions: the alarming suspension of the Movimiento Semilla by the Guatemalan justice system in response to alleged and unproven anomalies in the party's formation 5 years ago, the removal of immunities of 4 members of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, and attempts to lift the immunity of President-elect Arevalo and Vice President-elect Karin Herrera. Budget mechanisms passed by the Congress aimed at stymieing the incoming administration. New magistrates of the Supreme Court appointed amid allegations of influence peddling and bribes. Recent attempts by the public ministry to annul electoral results. This tense and complex political situation in Guatemala has significant domestic and international implications. In addition to battling crushing poverty, Central America is severely challenged to control the violence and corruption that has accompanied the growth of organized crime in the region. These challenges are stifling economic growth and fueling unprecedented levels of migration as throngs head north while some resettle in neighboring countries seeking better economic opportunities and refuge from the violence in their communities. Instability in Guatemala can spill over into neighboring countries and potentially have repercussions for the Central American region. Reduced regional cooperation will exacerbate an already difficult situation, enabling the spread of organized crime, driving more migration, negatively affecting regional trade and economic cooperation, and further undermining other fragile democracies in the region. Chair, just as the Guatemalan people need and deserve peace, stability, and economic prosperity, Belize and the Americas need a stable Guatemala. With just over a month before Inauguration Day, we can no longer remain silent in the face of this escalating crisis. While we note that the outgoing administration has maintained the peace and steered the transition process to this point, they have by omission allowed the disruptive minority to create and perpetuate a crisis. The outgoing administration must now move with the support of the international community to decisively rein in these disruptive forces and ensure the peaceful transition of power is completed in accordance with the Constitution. Belize supports this resolution and pledges our support and solidarity with the efforts to end this crisis, defend democracy, and peacefully implement the electoral will of the Guatemalan people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Belize, for that very precise statement, well within time. And now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation takes the floor to indicate that we will be submitting a footnote to the text of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Bolivia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of the plurinational state of Bolivia expresses its deepest concern at the ongoing harassment against authorities and authorities-elect in Guatemala that are keeping President-elect Bernardo Arevalo, who was elected with more than 60% of ballots in favor, by the way, from taking office. We are deeply committed to the defense of democracy, sovereignty, and self-determination of peoples, and that is why last December 4th, Ambassador Coneta put before this council the suggestion that an in-situ visit should take place, authorized by the government of Guatemala, that could act as a good offices of this organization. This, we believe, would assist in ensuring that the passing of the baton be as peaceful as it should be and the upholding of democracy in this sister republic. The resolution that we are approving here, in fact, goes to the heart of Article 18 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Now, Chair, our main concern is the welfare of our sister republic, and we need to bend over backwards, if necessary, to ensure that next January 14th, the president-elect are duly elected, not as happened in my country back in 2019. Thank you very much. Had there been an immediate reaction by this council vis-à-vis my country back then, we might have avoided tremendous loss of life. We don't need any more coup d'etat in this region, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bolivia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, all. We are here to consider the grave political situation that is affecting our sister republic of Guatemala, and that has been gravely worsened by the following. It is democracy itself that hangs in the balance. There are actions being taken against the stability of the people, and the resolution we have just adopted in the Permanent Council sends a very necessary, clear and a cutting message expressing the will of a very clear majority of this body. The principles of democracy that are enshrined in the OAS Charter, the Charter, and the Inter-American Democratic Charter to mention, but these instruments show that democracy is necessary for the rule of law. And yet, here we are. Time and again, we see actions and attempted action that runs counter this sacred principle. The measures taken by the Ministry of Justice of Guatemala and others, including trumped-up investigations, entering without permission into people's homes and offices and being thrown into jail. This isn't democracy. These actions go precisely counter democracy. Such actions and others that we know occurred as of last December 8th, in which the Ministry of Justice itself went so far as to challenge the validity of the electoral results, which had already been declared acceptable and true, just show how perilous the taking of office of the president-elect and the vice president-elect next January 14th may be. The resolution we just adopted expresses our position. And indeed, we have called on the Guatemalan authorities to cease and desist any such action that would erode the electoral results. And we can only then, sir, urge the Secretary General to continue in his diplomatic efforts to ensure that democracy is upheld. This resolution, though, also entrusts you, Mr. Chairman, to, as you see fit, send representatives of permanent members here to also go to Guatemala to accompany other measures that the OAS has taken. The need to convene a meeting of consultation of ministers' affairs of this hemisphere may also be necessary. It is free and fair elections that have already taken place in Guatemala. The people have spoken. We need to ensure that they are heard. Last December 11th, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, through Resolution 3/23, expresses its own conjoining of its will to other elements of the OAS in expressing its deep concern regarding the situation in Guatemala. And along those same lines, you know, both in this region and outside this region, others have expressed concern. Costa Rica, Panama, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic are members of the Association of Countries for Democracy. We see also the steps taken by the Secretary General of the OAS, best offices of this Permanent Council, and other actors in the international arena, such as the Secretary General of the UN itself and the European Union, inter alia, are all instances of the commonly held belief that democracy needs help in our beloved Guatemala. We must find a way to express our best will and support for those powers that seek to undermine democracy and to, in an alarming speed, erode that democracy, perhaps conclusively. We cannot let this happen. Let us keep working together and stalwartly to uphold human rights at this very, very critical and perilous juncture. And we can only hope that the Ministry of Justice in Guatemala and other members of the judiciary in that country listen hard, and understand that they cannot, in an impune fashion, tackle democracy.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And now I give the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mexico voted in favor of the resolution adopted today, and we continue to observe with deep concern the attempts to affect the presidential transition process in Guatemala and all of the actions that seek to undermine the path for Bernardo Arévalo to take on the presidency on the 14th of January 2024. My delegation would like to reiterate the call made by the Secretary of Foreign Relations of Mexico on the 9th of December to respect the popular will of the Guatemalan people expressed in the ballot box and to make official by the Supreme Electoral Office this year. We reject any action to the detriment of the constitutional order in this brother country, and we trust that the rule of law and democracy will prevail in Guatemala. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mexico. And now the floor to Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation has gone along with the positive vote of this resolution, as was done with the resolution approved in the special meeting on the 15th of November, as a show of concern for the last activities in Guatemala with regards to the presidential transfer of power. Along that line, then, in December, the Paraguayan government issued a communique rejecting emphatically any way to undermine democracy and the rule of law in Guatemala, given the acts of the public ministry of this country, which constitute a change in the electoral process and a lack of acknowledgement of the public will. And as such, we appeal to the authorities of the Sister Republic of Guatemala to defend all of the institutions with urgent and firm actions against acts that threaten the exercise of the mandates of legitimately elected authorities. And then lastly, Paraguay, in the current state of play, looking at Mercosur, heading up Mercosur. Today, we issued a communique in which we have stated our position in the face of the recent events in Guatemala. Thank you very much.
Paraguay. Now I give the floor to my good friend from Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, and this mission that you're going to undertake in Guatemala, I wish you the best of success. The success of both of you and that of all of us. Well, 29 votes, 29 wills expressed. This is quite a lot. And right now, we're here trying to help and think things through and move forward and craft criteria which will assist and help democracy in Guatemala. The president-elect, Arévalo, is coming out of a tribunal, and he has been denied access given the accusations which presumably would weigh heavily coming out of the mouth of the public prosecutor's office. 33 times the public ministry, or we have tried 33 times to give the public ministry this information, 15 times. in the tribunal, in the courts. Well, do we understand what's going on? These people, they're speaking a different language. The people that preclude the constitutional right to defend oneself. Well, the other day we were discussing this declaration because everything was happening in real time. This is the other thing. This is the other incredible thing that rubs us in a certain way in this situation. We were looking at the document, we were looking at it in real time, and I put it on the computer, I look at it, and the members of the public ministry are throwing this black ink on the path of the president-elect. And you were chairing, and in this work we were trying to build something, the dialectic Hegelian dynamic was moving ahead, and at the time the members of the Supreme Electoral Order were saying that no, in point of fact, the issue is ended now, and President-elect Arevalo, the President-elect Arevalo, full stop. It's done now. No, it's never done. Well, in all due respect, we've said it time and time again. The minister stepped up, but I've been a lawyer for a long time, and if you talk to me time and time again, you can see something's happening. Things aren't right. Things aren't going right. You go somewhere 9 times and to say that the world is perfect, that everything's rosy and a bowl of cherries. No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. And my colleague from Paraguay just referred to the Mercosur document that was just put out and issued. Mercosur is clear. It expresses its concern for judicialization of the electoral process of Guatemala and to respect the will of the Guatemalan people expressed in the ballot box with an overwhelming majority in the second round that took place on the 8th of August. Now, the states parties, Mercosur, urged the authorities of Guatemala to adopt all of the necessary measures to guarantee a process of transition, a presidential transition which is harmonious, a process of transition, a presidential transition which is harmonious, peaceful, and let me repeat for the 3rd time, a presidential transition process which is harmonious, which should be accorded to the authorities that have been elected. What else do we have to say? What else can we say? What else can be done? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. So we're doing everything that we're doing in our power. And of course, now we'll see what's going to happen, and with all the back and forth, things are going well because the world is looking at Guatemala, and in Guatemala there is an awareness of what's going on. Guatemala knows that democracy is absolutely imperative. It's necessary. It's natural for all of us, and Guatemala is going to see to it that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 14th of January, things go the way they're supposed to. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
For that very important statement. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Honduras.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation, on behalf of my government, President Chumata Castro, as has been reiterated, non-interference, non-intervention many times. He has stated that. Nonetheless, Mr. Castellano, a Honduran, to share in this is something that has to be looked at. And there is the possibility of destabilization in Guatemala. It's not just for Guatemala, but it's for the region and over and above and beyond the region itself. Well, if the government really has been a transparent government, a clean government that has tried to do its level best for the Guatemalan people, well, then there's no reason to deny handing over the power that emerged from the ballot box with an overwhelming majority, furthermore. And that is why I always say that we have to look at Honduras and we have to look at what has happened in the last few years. Something similar has happened when the dictatorship denied power, and one of the reasons for this is corruption. Because if you've got a democratic government coming in and a government that really is concerned with the people, well, then you'll have to look at these acts of corruption. I think that it might be similar in Guatemala. The more things that are spewed there with Honduras, well, we're talking about acts of corruption, and that's why they fear that decent people get into power. It would be preferable to continue to share things as was the case in the past with governments that we have had in Central America, and I think all over Latin America for that matter. One or two governments that rub each other's back so that things don't sprout in political persecution. And when we step up in the ICHR, the UN, OAS, and blah, 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 wherever we want to step up and ask for something, that's not the reality. What we're trying to do is have a country that gets out of its underdevelopment. And the same thing is happening in Guatemala, but we can't do it whilst we have these kind of anti-democratic governments that were overturned legitimately. And because the people don't believe in them, given the past experience and the past history that we have. And that's why in Guatemala, the people don't believe in that. As the Nicaraguan poet said, Mr. Ernesto Cardenal, you talk about peace, but behind the scenes, you're preparing for war. And so, based on that, the indigenous people have stated that they will not have any Christmas this year. They're going to put it off for Guatemala. I'm going to ask Guatemala to be taken care of, because we know by experience that the coup d'etat in Honduras is on Sunday, and some other time it's going to be Holy Week, Christmas, or whatever have you. And so we have to be prepared so that people, when they're doing other things, this is the time that people take advantage to give all kinds of coup d'etats. And so the OAS, we have to be open-eyed, we have to be eagle-eyed, we have to be alert. And so let me conclude with this brief text, another quote from the literature from Miguel Ángel Asturias, who got the Nobel Prize. It says, to put down seeds for corn, to put down seeds, this would be hunger otherwise if we didn't have those seeds for corn to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chile truly appreciates including this topic on the agenda today, and also having the participation of the Minister of Foreign Relations of Guatemala, Mr. Mario Bucaro. So our delegation applauds the criteria and the will that this resolution symbolizes. We said at the last meeting around, Mr. Chairman, and what's at risk is nothing more nor less than democracy itself. And as was precisely expressed in the Inter-American Democratic Charter, recently cited by Belize, the right of a people of the Americas for or to have democracy. But it's not just that. Also at risk is our collective commitment to this principle. And this is the will unequivocally, and it fulfills the second part of this article. And we said yes. The governments that are here today to represent things, we said through the resolution that yes, we are willing to comply and step up with our obligations and to have democracy for the people of Guatemala, and that everybody in our hemisphere has a right to. And this commitment has made this group reflect and to reflect together. From the very beginning, the delegation of Chile has said time and time again that this is a gradual move that the Council will look at, and we have decidedly said through the tools that we have, we expressed our concern with the excessive judicialization, which has been the expression in the institutional plan behind these attempts to undermine Guatemalans and what they want and to rest the arm of them. But through this resolution that we adopted, this takes the form of to energetically condemn the abuse of power by the Public Prosecutor's Office and the Public Ministry in Guatemala. And along the same line, last Saturday, on the 9th of December, the government of Chile had a new public position with regards to the Sister Republic of Guatemala, and they call the Guatemalan authorities to respect the will of the people from the ballot box, underscoring also that it is key for the elected authorities to move ahead with the preparations for setting up institutions in keeping with the constitutional order. And what we see in each and every one of our countries is that for our elected authorities, so that the resolution is clear, Mr. Chairman. And I say to you that you urgently request of the people of Guatemala to have a good officer's visit of this body as soon as possible, invoking Article 18 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. And this is relevant. It goes beyond the procedural aspects, Mr. Chairman, because the will of this council is that we work together. We work together hand in hand alongside the authorities and the teams in Guatemala within the framework of Article 18, which is very specific, and it calls us to act when one of our members gets into a situation that could affect the political democratic developments or the legitimacy of power. And that's the thing that could affect democratic power. And it seems to me that given this hypothesis, yes, there are risks. So given that, the authorities of Guatemala can look at an opening up and to work with the Organization of American States. A will criterion opening up that has been recognized both in the declaration that we adopted and the two resolutions and the one we adopted today. And this time, this will has to be ratified. It has to be ratified with the consent of a good officer's visit by this council, because we truly believe, Mr. Chairman, that Article 18 is the right framework, and we expect that it's the framework enough that we as states can support sovereignty through Article 18 to respect the sovereign nature of Guatemalans through free, informed vote, having voted for Mr. Bernardo Arevalo to be the next president. Thank you very much.
I give the floor to Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, it's a couple of times that we have been obliged to vote here on a resolution on Guatemala. And it's not that we like to do that. We are somehow forced to do that because most of us, as we can see from the vote, are very concerned about what is happening in Guatemala, the electoral process, at least the outcome of that process, and how it will translate in the transition from one government to another government. It's not that we don't want to believe the President and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They clearly make statements which gives us some trust. But on the other hand, there are processes within Guatemala which is undermining what they are saying. And that's why the last time I said it is the process within Guatemala which they have to look at. And they have to find ways to convince us better, to convince us that the preparations for the inauguration will proceed as they promise. They have to convince us more, not only by words, but also by clear actions. Actions such as the public prosecutor that refrains from threatening the incoming president and vice president. So I hope that within Guatemala this dynamic will change so that the next time we discuss it, we can really don't have to vote for such a resolution. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of St. Kitts and Nevis shares the concern expressed by sister states of the OAS with regard to the reality on the ground in Guatemala, and states its fundamental truth that for small states such as ours, what counts is always standing firm about who we are and in defense of what we know and believe. It is not the power and might, certainly, of our nation on the global front, but the strength of our conviction that fundamental values also have their own power to uplift people, cultivate hopes and dreams, and advance security, human rights, and development. That is our power, and as such, we acknowledge the unquantifiable value to the member states of the OAS of democracy, respect for human rights as fundamental to the fostering of peace, good governance, the rule of law, and harmonious coexistence even in the face of cultural, social, and political differences. It is in this context that the delegation of St. Kitts and Nevis cannot condone or remain silent on actions that undermine the advancement of all of the values which are at the very core of the essential tenets of the pillar of democracy that we are all called upon to defend. St. Kitts and Nevis, on the strength of its conviction, supports the resolution in the sincere hope that democracy will stand tall and prevail in the sister state of Guatemala. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis. And now the floor is given to the permanent observer missions, starting with Spain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I echo the concern of the democratic institutions and human rights in Guatemala, and a resolution has been approved in the Permanent Council. While it's very welcomed, Spain considers that the region has taken decisions adopted by the public ministry and imperils the rule of law and democracy, in as much as the ultimate goal is to invalidate, make null and void the results of the presidential elections. As one knows, the government of Spain is committed to the agenda of democracy and human rights in Guatemala, given what was said before through 3 different communiques supporting the legitimacy of the presidential elections and the president-elect Arevalo, and rejecting all of the activities of the public prosecutor's office, as has been specified by this permanent council and in previous meetings as well. Given the new events, in a communique, the Ministry of Foreign Relations of the European Union and Cooperation of the 8th of December, the government of Spain rejected decidedly all of the acts spearheaded by the public ministry of Guatemala that are an affront against democracy and presuppose a violation of the will of the Guatemalan people that have freely expressed themselves in the ballot box. The government of Spain proclaims its support behind President-elect Bernardo Arevalo and demands that all the Guatemalan institutions respect the results of the ballot box and guarantee the peaceful transfer of power. Along that same vein, the president of the government, Pedro Sanchez, on the 8th of December, said the same thing, and that we totally reject the work of the public ministry that flies in the face of democracy and the will of the citizenship expressed in the ballot box, reiterating the support behind President-elect Arevalo and asking that democracy, or urging that democracy prevail. And in addition to that, on the 7th of December, the president of the government, Mr. Sanchez, conversed with the president-elect to offer his support in the face of the attempts of the public ministry of that country to reverse the results of the elections, and as well as support the popular will of the people of Guatemala that was expressed freely in the ballot box and should be respected by all institutions. The government of Spain believes that under the mandate of the President-elect Arevalo, Spain and Guatemala will tighten their bilateral ties with greater cooperation in all arenas. To conclude, I would like to convey the last idea that the European Union supports unanimously the President-elect of Guatemala alongside Spain. Yesterday, on the 11th of December, the Minister Alvarez, in a press conference in the European Union, a meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Relations, informed that at the request of Spain, the situation in Guatemala was broached in the Council of Europe, and unanimously the last activities were rejected as perpetrated by the public ministry of Guatemala to try to not acknowledge what were democratic and free results as clearly expressed by Guatemalans at the ballot box, and therefore support by the European Union has been given to the president-elect. What we hope for and wish for in Spain and European Union is that the transition between the outgoing president and the president-elect is done along the schedule, of course, with the support of the European Union, with this peaceful democratic transfer that Guatemalans have so much spoken about. Spain, over the last weekend, bilaterally spoke about this, and we worked with other organizations, and this was supported by 27 in the European Union. Spain believes and considers that at this crucial point for Guatemala, international pressure on the members in the Public Prosecutor's Office and other legal people in the public ministry that are pushing forward this attempt against democracy and the constitutional order in Guatemala can be decisive. We are absolutely sure that the support of the European Union and that it can offer behind President-elect will contribute to preserve democracy and the rule of the citizens for free elections that are valuable, that constitute the core of the European Union's thoughts. And I would like to conclude by expressing Spain's support behind the OAS's work, the Secretary General, and the Permanent Council, as well as the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. We don't want to overlook the Guatemalan people. They are the protagonists and the guarantors of democracy in their country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Italy.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The observer delegation of Italy has already repeatedly expressed its concerns regarding the situation in Guatemala repeatedly, and today we do so again, not least given the steps taken by the judiciary in Guatemala against the Semilla party and against the president-elect and the vice president-elect. This is a clear violation of the separation of powers that Guatemala presumes to uphold. We therefore stand resolutely against the attempts to invalidate the results of the 25th of June and 14th August last, and the elections that everyone else has understood to be elections held in a participative manner, in a clear and convincing manner. We therefore are watching and observing with the keenest attention and stand ready with the rest of our cohorts in the European Union to stand up resolutely against any attempt to upend democratic order in that country. We very much applaud the work done by the OAS and this Permanent Council and urge all of these to continue upholding the efforts that are underway in a constructive spirit in order to uphold the rule of law and democratic process of the Guatemalan people. Thank you.
And now the final speaker, the representative of France.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished ambassadors, dear colleagues all. Let me begin by greeting the decision taken by this Permanent Council to adopt the statement on the situation in Guatemala. We also applaud the role of Secretary General Almagro, who has walked steadily with the Guatemalan people and will continue to do so until the President-elect Arevalo is indeed in office next 14 January. Now, we are deeply concerned by what we have learned and what might indeed break the situation in Guatemala as we now see it, tenuous as it is, given the recent and repeated intervention by the Ministry of Justice of that country. We here, on behalf of the French Republic, speak out loudly and convincingly, as we did yesterday, with regard to the need for these attempts to annul the will of the people in the recently held elections to cease forthwith, and for the will of the people to be respected. The ballots speak for themselves, and this starting in August of this year. The attempts by the foreign ministries under the European Union all believe that this, if it should prevail, this attempt to upend the results of the democratically held elections in Guatemala, if these prevent, certainly relations with the European Union will be gravely affected, and we call on those still in power to weigh that in their decisions. Indeed, we call on the present government of Guatemala to consider its international reputation and its presumed allegiance to the rule of law, and to cease and desist wishing to counter the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, France. And now I give the floor to the Secretary General, Luis Almagro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Democracy in Guatemala is starting in 1985-86, an ongoing trial, and a number of sore losers who over the years have sought to disregard the will of the people as expressed in this and that ballot, and certainly not least the present elections, which should indeed end by the ascension to power of Arevalo and Herrera, the president and vice president-elect. The actions of the public ministry, that is the Ministry of Justice, to disregard the will of the people and foil their ascent to power can only be considered a coup d'etat. At the present time, it's an attempted coup d'etat, but if this goes forward, that is exactly what will occur. President John Mattei has publicly said he would agree to the taking office of Bernardo Arevalo, the president-elect. That's what he said. But a few days later, following that declaration, suddenly the Ministry of Justice left that statement without any force at all, rendered it indeed null and void. The Ministry of Justice of Guatemala thereby became another political actor, hoping to again foil the political transition that should, in fact, be fulfilled on the 14th of January with the proper taking of office of the president-elect. But over the last month, we see that various elements in the Ministry of Justice have moved in the opposite direction, and all of a sudden came up with trumped-up reasons whereby, after all, the elections should be considered null and void. And Rafael Kuruchik and others believe that the entire process should be upended. This would be virtually a death blow to any future attempts at democracy in Guatemala. That is why Blanco Alfaro of the Justice Ministry, when consulted vis-à-vis this suspected invalidity, she said no. She said the people elect sure are duly accredited, and 14th or 15th of January, they should be duly put in office. Otherwise, there will be a rupture in the democratic order. Well, that is perfectly true. And we have, as observers of the process, seen as much. And we were certainly one of the first to see this attempt for what it is. The public ministry, that is the Justice Ministry of Guatemala, are seeking to upend democratic order. This is a violation of the human rights of the population who freely and fully stepped forward and voted. And the Supreme Court of Justice and the Congress of the Republic itself should all speak up against the perpetrators of this bold attempt against democracy in Guatemala. This is the worst possible means of rupture of a democratic order. The OAS at the time did the same. The minute we saw the Ministry of Justice acting the way it did, we called this out and said this was an overt attempt to disregard the will of the people. The ministry, that is the Public Justice Ministry, Ministerio Público as it is called, needs to respect the will of the people it purports to represent. And the most recent calls for the removal of protection of the president-elect and the fact that he is now open to justice actions against him, which are happening, simply proves how right we have been to be concerned. And that is why we very much appreciate the vote that has been taken here today, Chair.
Secretary General, thank you very much for that important report on the events taking place there and the alarms that you have raised, which I think was reflected here today. In summary, may I say, colleagues, that none of us are happy that we were constrained to adopt yet another resolution on the situation in Guatemala. But we are all conscious that we have a duty to preserve democracy, the rule of law, and the will of the people, as expressed at the ballot box, and to stand in solidarity with the long-term interests of the people of that country. It is a reflection of the growing alarm by member states about the situation in Guatemala that the resolution on November 15th attracted 20 votes in favor, and today's vote had increased to 29. We hope that this is a clear and unequivocal message to all parties in Guatemala about the expectations of this Council that they all do the right thing. Thank you all very much for your contributions to that discussion. Colleagues, the next item we move to is one that I hope is non-controversial and will be swiftly dealt with. It is consideration of the draft resolution entitled Addressing Guns, Gangs, and Violence in the Member States of the Organization of American States. This draft is contained in document CP/Doc 5947/23 Rev 3. It will be recalled that this draft resolution emanated from a special session of the Permanent Council held as part of my work program as chair. The Council meeting elicited participation from 22 member states on a matter that is deeply troubling. This draft resolution was circulated to all member states by the chair and a request for comments by December the 1st. Following receipt of comments from several delegations, 2 informal consultations were held with many of our member states in which there was considerable discussion and collaboration in settling a text, including a meeting that went late into the evening last night. As a result of that, they were in the text that you were circulated, there were two omissions which I would like to draw to your attention now. One of them is quite major, and it is in operative paragraph 2, where the word constitutions is omitted, and that word should come in the last line between domestic laws and international commitments. That would be a true reflection of what was settled last night. The other amendment to which I would like to draw attention, small one, but nonetheless important, and that is in operative paragraph 14, the word to before mandate, to keep it in conformity with the rest of the presentation of this resolution, and again to insert the word to before hold a meeting, which is in the second line of the English version. And finally, to change the word provide to providing to read and to provide instead of providing. Those are the minor corrections that had to be made to this resolution, which, as I said, was subjected to a very long period of consultation and very active work by many delegations, for which the Chair thanks you all. Now, the Chair would like to suggest that this resolution be adopted by consensus, with the right, of course, of any and all countries to add footnotes as they feel appropriate. So my question to you is, can we proceed to adopt this resolution by consensus? I see no objection. Therefore, the resolution is adopted by consensus. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all for that. Now, next is a consideration of 4 matters referred by the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs to the consideration of the Permanent Council. To this end, I offer the United States wanted the floor. I apologize.
No, I apologize, Mr. Chair. I wasn't fast enough on the button. Just to express our appreciation and how much we value our partnership with all member states to address this issue of illicit traffic of arms and crime committed by criminal gangs and transnational criminal organizations. We wanted just to make note of that the U.S. supports the consensus on this resolution and has provided a footnote detailing our commitment to address the illicit trafficking in arms in the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the footnote by the United States has already been submitted to the Chair and the Secretariat, and it will be reflected in the final publication of the resolution. So, Chair, our colleagues, we go back to item 6, matters referred by the CAP to the consideration of the Permanent Council, and to this end, I offer the floor to the Chair of CAP, Ambassador Nimor. Ambassador Nimor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Chair. I am a spirited and spiritual individual, so I'd like to thank the Chair for the fine Caribbean rum, English Harbor, nonetheless. So, Chair, I can assure you I had not consumed any of it prior to this presentation. Chair, I'm honored to address this Council in my capacity as the Chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, in addition to my capacity as Chair of the Project Steering Committee. There are 4 items included on the agenda, and no need to be intimidated. I will seek to summarize them, and I will seek to be brief. First, I will refer to an informative matter regarding the quota assessments that are attributed to Nicaragua, and also in the sense of Nicaragua ceasing to be a member state of the Organization of American States as at November 19th, 2023. The CAP considered the presentation that was prepared by the Secretariat for Administration and Finance, and after analyzing the options I am pleased to report that member states, in an agreement which was distributed as CP/CAP-3933/23, in summary, an adjustment to the assessed quota percentage should be adopted to exclude Nicaragua from the calculation to account for the change in membership from 35 to 34 member states. However, the CAP does not find it practical nor urgent to adjust the 2024 quotas percentages before the year ends, and will proceed to adjust it accordingly for the fiscal year 2025. Please be assured that these actions are legally and procedurally compliant. Further, this approach mitigates the process of 7 member states having to absorb Nicaragua's assessed sum for the fiscal year 2024. And for the sake of the records, those countries would have been Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay. Secondly, Chair, and additionally, I'm pleased to present for consideration the following 2 draft resolutions. The first being draft resolution authorization to continue the OAS Core Business Modernization Platform against the Technology Fund, which is reported as document CP/CAP-3930/23, Rev 1. This item is seeking authorization for utilizing existing funds which are appropriated for the year ending December 31st, 2023. What is being requested here, Chair, is an extension of 1 year to complete the project, and that 1-year period would expire now December 31st, 2024. No additional funds are being requested or no additional funds are being required in this instance. We therefore look forward to that matter being dispensed and addressed this afternoon. The second draft resolution is a draft resolution authorization to use resources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund, the ICRRS, to finance the extension of the Mandates Management Project, which is presented in document CP/CAP-3934/23. Noting that the request has been deemed a priority by member states, CAP agreed that funding for the continuation of the prioritization, debugging, and costing of the mandates, as well as the management of the newly launched Sigma system, should be assured by way of approval of this Council. Chair, accordingly, these 2 draft resolutions were considered by the CAP at its meeting held on December 6, and member states decided to submit them to the attention of this Council with a recommendation to approve them both. The last draft declaration being presented is the draft resolution entitled Authorization to Use Additional Resources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund, the ICRRS, to finance the cost of the third-party comprehensive review of the Organization of American States, which was distributed through document CP/CAP-3932/23, Rev 1. As such, I would refer colleagues to the report, which was distributed as CP/CAP-3935/23, which offers a chronology and details the activities carried out by the Project Steering Committee and the competitive process which is currently underway. At the last CAP meeting, which was held on December 6, some delegations requested that they needed more time to consult with capitals, and others required additional information. As such, in exercising every reasonable exhibition of transparency, an informal and closed meeting of the CAP was convened yesterday in this very room so that all questions from the delegations could be answered and the necessary information could be shared with delegations without putting at risk privileged information. I'm therefore pleased to report that delegations did not express any objections with respect to the draft resolution. Therefore, I put forward for consideration this request to secure additional funding in the sum up to and not exceeding $200,000 in order to underwrite and proceed with third-party comprehensive review of the OAS. Chair, please note that the requested increase falls within the anticipated range for such an endeavor, having regard to somewhat similar but a scaled version which took place in 2003. On that occasion, the financing was $750,000 to $780,000, and once adjusted for straight-line inflation, is estimated to be $1.3 to $1.4 million. Colleagues, please note that the financing being sought is from the ICRR resources and thus will have no impact on member states' quotas or assessed resources. As such, I've also appended to the report the health and condition of the ICR resources, which now stands at $4.329 million. Chair, I therefore take this opportunity to thank all the member states that participated in the deliberations to support the work of CAP and the Project Steering Committee. I would also like to recognize especially the ambassadors, alternates, delegates, and the Secretariat who've worked for months to ensure a successful competitive process that would be carried out prior to the General Assembly and in accordance with the General Assembly mandate. As such, I commend the 4 agenda items for the consideration of this Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Nimor. The Ambassador of Chile has asked for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. In the report we've just heard, there's a mention here of 7 countries that would absorb the Nicaraguan quota through 2024. That's what I grasp from interpretation. However, in the document distributed, and I quote here, CAP does not see the need to recalculate the quota of the 7 members. My question is, do the quotas of member states vary in a particular slot of time or not, as this document would point out? Thank you.
Or would you wish to respond to that?
Thank you very much to the delegation of Chile. And prior to me responding, I also would take note of the remark that this approach mitigated the 7 member states absorbing the quotas. To respond, yes, the quotas is based on a formula, and that's also based on the ceiling that is established. As you're aware, the negotiations included factored that Nicaragua nor the sum for Venezuela would be incorporated in appending the ceiling. So there's the overall budget, there's a ceiling, and then there's assessed quotas based on the ceiling that we have. So yes, it would vary, and that distribution would take place on an annual basis. In this instance, we accounted for it in the 2024 negotiations, and in 2025, that period, you will have to enter into renegotiations in respect of that, and you would also need to take in mind that any measures that you take for 2025, there would be implications given that we also have another delegation with a larger sum. Should that come to play, that would also have to follow the same precedent that we may or may not set for 2025. Therefore, taking all pragmatic and all legal and practical measures for 2024, the Chair factored into the 2024 negotiations that Nicaragua would not be paying, given that their prior notice of exiting the organization. I trust that that wasn't too confusing, but the idea is to make sure that nobody is exposed for 2024.
Thank you very much. Did you want to speak again on this, Ambassador of Chile?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Then, if I understand correctly, the quotas are kept in the amounts in dollars approved by the resolution. They will not vary in 2024. I just want to get that really clear. 2024, no change in the quotas we've adopted. Now, 2025, it's another ball game. That's what I've understood. Thank you.
Let me answer for Ambassador Nimor. He shook his head vigorously in the affirmative. Therefore, there's no need for him to speak again. So I thank you all for this. Based on the presentations made by the chair of the CAP, the chair proposes that the Permanent Council do the following. 1. Take note of the agreement reached by member states with regards to the quota assessments due to Nicaragua's ceasing to be a member state of the organization on November 19, 2023. That information was distributed as document CP Cap 3933/23. I assume that is agreed? Agreed. 2, to approve the draft resolution authorization to continue the OAS Core Business Modernization Platform Program against the Technology Fund. That was contained in document CP/Cap 3930/23 Rev 1, and the draft resolution authorization to use resources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund to finance the extension of the Mandates Management Project, document CP/Cap 3934/23. Both resolutions agreed upon by the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs at its meeting held on December 6, 2023. I assume there's agreement on this? Agreed. To approve the draft resolution, authorization to use additional resources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund to finance the cost of the third-party comprehensive review of the Organization of American States, contained in document CP Cap 3932/23 Rev 1. If there are no further comments, the draft resolution, authorization to use additional sources from the Indirect Cost Recovery Reserve Subfund to finance the cost of the third-party comprehensive review of the Organization of American States is approved. Distinguished representatives, I hope there's no one bold enough to want to delay representatives getting to lunch by saying they have anything to say on any other business. But I'm obliged to ask you if you do, and are you so brave? I see nobody asking for the floor. Suriname.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to announce that the working group on Haiti will have a final meeting this year, which will be held together with the United States Institute of Peace, and that will be on this Thursday from 2 to 5 p.m. at the United States Institute of Peace. So this will be a working group complementary forum. Thank you, sir, and also thank you for that lovely rum.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Suriname. Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to bring to the attention of this Council the approval of a special declaration of the presidents of Mercosur on democracy and the integrity of information on digital media. Last 7th of this month, we met at the summit in Rio de Janeiro, and as the President of Brazil pointed out, the foundational commitment of this group to democracy and with democracy seek always to be clear as among the countries of Mercosur as to freedom of expression and a position against disinformation and the practices that are unfortunately being waged by great titans of technology. We feel that this issue needs to be dealt with in a more comprehensive manner in this organization, and as to a better management of the digital milieu. For instance, with regard to the Inter-American Democratic Charter, we would suggest as one means of discussion the pertinence of how we can...
Please, this is an informational section. You are now going into the detail of it, which I really do not believe is appropriate at this point. You've made the point. We understand the informational part of this. Do you really want to pursue all of this detail at this late hour, when this matter could be taken up at another time?
Era a minha última frase. It was my last sentence, Chair. I promise. I was at the tail end of my statement. We're talking about the methodology to and guarantee freedom of expression, particularly in electoral processes over 2019. Thank you.
Your life was never in danger, my dear. Now I'd like to offer the floor to the Ambassador of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I should start by saying this is informational. So, for your information, Chair, I am expressing thanks for the lovely bottle that's here that I just read is from the Ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, and to say that I'm going to now associate you with warm and fuzzy feelings over Christmas. I don't know if you'd like that, but I want to express how appreciative I am, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all of the colleagues here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, please believe that I have nothing against warm and fuzzy feelings. But look, colleagues, I warn that this meeting may not be our last meeting for the year. We may indeed have to have special meetings before Christmas. But it is our last regular meeting of the Permanent Council under my chairmanship. Therefore, it is appropriate that I should offer a few remarks and reflections and words of thanks. From October the 2nd until today, December 13th, I have presided over a remarkably busy and productive period of the Permanent Council's deliberations, to which you have all made important contributions. Over this period, we have had 20 meetings of the Council, of which 6 were regular meetings, 2 were protocolary meetings to receive the distinguished presidents of Paraguay and Costa Rica. Those sessions were more than ceremonial. They were enlightening and invigorating, adding depth to our collective understanding. The other 12 were special meetings. 2 were on the situation in Guatemala. 1 was to receive the President of the Council of Ministers of Peru, and another was to receive the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Dominican Republic. The other 8 meetings were concerned with important as well as immediate challenges facing our member states. These meetings covered the troubling topics of gangs, guns and violence, irregular migration and refugees, and climate change. They also included the imperatives of eliminating violence against women, upholding human rights and democracy, and a dedicated dialogue with permanent observers on common global challenges and the importance of multilateral cooperation. This is the 3rd time that I have served as chair of the Permanent Council, and I have no hesitation in saying that this term has been the most satisfying, the most constructive, and the most productive. Together, we have tackled issues that have meaning to our peoples, to their rights, to their desire to be free from fear, to be rid of criminal gangs, to stop the slide from democracy and the rule of law, to act to make gender equality a reality, and to eliminate violence against women in all its reprehensible forms. Furthermore, we collectively acknowledge the looming threat of climate change, recognizing that it necessitates a unified response. I thank each delegation for their collaboration, cooperation, and support in making the work of this, my 3rd chairmanship of the Permanent Council, both worthy and worthwhile. I thank the Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General for their meaningful support. I thank the technicians who strived valiantly to make the technology of virtual participation function. I thank my own Antigua and Barbuda delegation, who supported my efforts unstintingly. And I thank most of all the small team who served the presidency of the Permanent Council with sound advice based on experience. I thank them for taking my calls at unsociable hours in the night and on weekends, and for always being ready to work. They were simply marvelous. As a token of my appreciation, my delegation has left the spirit of Antigua and Barbuda encapsulated in a bottle of fine rum at the place of each delegation. May it symbolize the warmth of our collaboration and the enduring spirit of unity that defines our shared endeavors. I trust you will find the rum enjoyable, and I express my gratitude to you once again. Thank you all very much indeed. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.